and with understanding. My Lord and my God, I humbly ask for your guidance with understanding of speech, with due diligence for all members of this assembly, that they will conduct themselves with prudence, with respect for each other, giving due diligence to the rules, the regulations, and the orders in accordance with the principles of this assembly, knowing that the business of this assembly demands the highest respect by all, as it is being aired live in a global village with much interest. O Lord God of heaven and earth, I pray that the matters presented today for discussion on the 2024 fiscal budget will be of economic benefits for the citizens and residents of this Federation of St. Christopher and Nevis. With your blessings, these things I ask with humbleness of heart, with thanksgivings, in our Savior's precious name. Amen. May all join me with the Lord's Prayer. Our Heavenly, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Forever and ever. Amen. Madam Speaker, may I take this opportunity to extend to you and the members of this honorable House a blessed Christmas and a prosperous 2024 in the will of the Lord of our life. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Pastor Elan. You may be seated. If you haven't done so as yet, kindly place all devices on silent or vibrate for the duration of the proceedings. Thank you. Next item.
Confirmation of minutes.
Minutes are deferred.
Messages from the Governor General.
There's one message. I am pleased to advise that the fiat from the Governor General has been received. A fiat is required anytime there is a bill which considers the expenditure of monies from the Consolidated Fund. It requires permission from the Governor General for the bill to be introduced and debated. For the record, the fiat was first written to the Honorable Minister of Finance, and it says, in pursuance of Section 43 of St. Christopher and Nevis Constitution Order 1983, SI 1983, and acting in accordance with the advice of the Cabinet, I recommend for the introduction into the National Assembly the following. Appropriation 2024 Bill 2023. It is dated the 7th day of December 2023 and signed by Her Excellency, the Governor General, Dame Marcella Liebert.
Announcements by the Speaker.
One announcement. Honorable members, specially invited guests, listening and viewing audience, good morning. I wish to officially welcome you to the budget address and debates. I also wish to acknowledge the presence of the National Minimum Wage Advisory Committee present in the gallery this morning. The budget debates focus will touch and concern the expenditure and revenue planned for the year 2024. The importance of the proceedings today and the upcoming days are informed by and take authority from Section 71 of the Constitution of the Federation of St. Christopher and Nevis, which prescribes that the minister with responsibility for finance shall cause to be prepared and laid before the National Assembly before, or not later than 60 days after the commencement of each financial year, estimates of the revenues and expenditure of the government for that financial year. In light of these instructions, Madam Clerk, might we move to the next item on the order paper?
Presentation of papers and of reports from committees.
I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8.
I rise to present the report of the Director of Audit on the accounts for 2022 in accordance with Section 76(4) of the Constitution. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
I
Madam Speaker,
recognize the Honourable Member St. Christopher 8.
Yeah, with your leave once again, Madam Speaker, I rise to present the draft estimates 2024. May it please you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, with your leave once again, I rise to move the motion for the approval of the estimates of expenditure.
Is there a seconder?
I rise to second the motion, Madam Speaker.
The question is that the estimates of expenditure be approved. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Statements by ministers. Personal explanations. Introduction of bills and first reading.
I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8.
Madam Speaker, with your leave once again, I rise to have read for the first time in this honourable House the bill shortly entitled the Appropriation 2024 Bill 2023.
Seconder.
I rise to second the motion, Madam Speaker.
The question is that the appropriation bill, the Appropriation 2024 Bill 2023, be read a first time. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to provide for the services of St. Christopher and Nevis for the financial year commencing 1st January 2024 and ending on 31st December 2024, otherwise known as the Appropriation 2024 Bill 2023.
The Appropriation 2024 Bill 2023 has been read a first time.
Public business, bills, second reading.
I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8.
Madam Speaker, with your leave once again, I rise to have read for the second time before this honourable House a bill shortly entitled the Appropriation 2024 Bill 2023. Madam Speaker, it gives me, of course, great pleasure to be here this morning to have before this honourable House this bill that I've just mentioned, but to put it in colloquial terms, the budget address. Madam Speaker, the celebration of our nation's 40th anniversary of independence was an inspirational journey for many of our citizens and served to intensify my own conviction and resolve that our sustainable island state agenda is the best development model to ensure continued transformation of our country. The milestones that we have achieved over the last 40 years are well known to our people. Madam Speaker, with this knowledge, I want today to invite all citizens near and far to join our St. Kitts-Nevis Labour Party administration in advancing the transformation of our country for the next 40 years. Madam Speaker, let me say from the onset that the world is facing an existential threat, and especially small island developing states like ours here in the Caribbean and also in Pacific Oceans. All of the countries in the world, of course, are threatened by climate change. And as such, St. Kitts-Nevis had to take the decisions, we had to take the decisions to come up with a framework and a roadmap to make sure that our country can deal effectively with climate change. Hence, the framework that we came up with was the Sustainable Island State Agenda. I want to say from the onset, Madam Speaker, that this required significant work which was done here in St. Kitts-Nevis, of course, with our experts. And of course, I want to thank the team, this A-team on this side, that put a lot of work into this, and to really thank the Minister of Sustainable Development who helped to lead all the technicians for us to arrive at this. I know that our people were anxious as to what we were developing and what this was. But Madam Speaker, I can say for the first time in our history, we presented at the United Nations the voluntary national report that had never ever been done before, and we presented our Sustainable Island State Agenda, which was well received by the nations of the world. But it didn't just stop there, Madam Speaker. We also presented this at multiple fora around the world, to the point where it is now being recognized. And to that extent, I want to also thank SICRI, 5Cs, the University of the West Indies, and all those who were involved in making sure that this Sustainable Island State Agenda and roadmap was well put together and would deal with the scourge of climate change, ensuring that our people will continue on the pathway of good development, Madam Speaker. So in short terms, what does this really mean? It really means the opportunity to continue to live, thrive, and progress even under the scourge of climate change, Madam Speaker. And so this was so well received that, as you heard in the last COP28, that even the Vice President of the United States referred to myself and our country as a partner that they are willing to work with to deal with the scourge of climate change as it affects small island developing states such as ours. So what is the message? The message is clear, that this team is serious, that we have put in the work, and what we have presented to the world cannot go unnoticed, Madam Speaker. I also want to say that because of this, I was called to represent or to be a voice on multiple panels which involve world leaders, Madam Speaker. For example, when we dealt with climate change and health, I was the representative who spoke on behalf of SIDS and the Caribbean, and that forum included people like Bill Gates and John Kerry and Michael Bloomberg and so forth, Madam Speaker, where I was putting forward the case for small island developing states. And it's unique that I'm the Prime Minister, a medical doctor. I still have my license to practice medicine, so I think that they must know that I would have had something to say with respect to climate change and health. But I want to say that it was well received, and our position in the world is where it is today, not because of me alone, Madam Speaker, but because of this team that worked tirelessly hard and partnered with multiple people around the world, organizations and so forth. I want to bring home the point, and it must be underscored, Madam Speaker, that we have to work together to deal with the scourge of climate change. This is a serious matter. If the world goes beyond 1.5, living on these islands in the Caribbean will be difficult challenging because we'll see stronger storms, more frequent storms, and as a result of that, our lives and livelihoods would be under significant threat. And if there's ever a time outside of when we fought for emancipation and to end colonization, that we have to band together to make sure that we can continue to survive on these islands is now. And so I call on the opposition to also look at the aspect of survivability, climate change, and how we can partner together on common things so that we can continue to survive. I'm sure that those on the opposition benches want to continue to survive as well. All of us do, Madam Speaker, but I want to say to our people here that it is critically important that we do work together as a country and as a people. Equally important, Madam Speaker, we initiated that all-important dialogue to help our people conceptualize the development pillars and translate the ideas into action in their lives and communities. All 3 sessions when we were developing the debate on the budget process, Madam Speaker, I want to say that all 3 sessions provided an effective avenue for the government to listen to the voices of our people. Madam Speaker, when we were developing the framework for the budget, we had to make sure that our people became involved because the budget was speaking to the Sustainable Island State agenda. We went to Lodge, we went to Old Road, we went to Marriott. For the first time in our history, we took the budget process on the road. And with respect to that, Madam Speaker, on behalf of the Ministry of Finance, we extend thanks to those persons who took the time to participate in these important engagements. I want to assure those
Apologies, Honorable Member.
Yes, go ahead.
Members of the gallery, I reiterate, I wish to have no interruptions by mobile devices or the like. If that persists, the individual will have to be removed from the gallery. Please allow the honorable members the respect that they deserve and allow them to present without interruption. Thank you.
With that, Madam Speaker, I want to, on behalf of the Ministry of Finance, we extend thanks to those persons who took the time to participate in these important engagements. I want to assure those who shared concerns from their communities or made recommendations that we hear you and we will work to find solutions to the issues raised and to incorporate the suggestions in the implementation of the government's programs and projects over the coming months. Madam Speaker, we intend to make this consultative approach a standard feature of the budget, a standard feature of preparation of our budget. We trust that more of our people will be encouraged to participate in all efforts of the government to increase partnership in developing important policies for the betterment of our country. Madam Speaker, recognizing that such a monumental shift could not be solely orchestrated by the government, we invested a year in extensive consultations, engaging with local experts, youths in rational dialogues, communities, and even seeking input from regional experts. Madam Speaker, today I have benefited from the wisdom gleaned during the collaborative process. We stand, therefore, Madam Speaker, poised to commence this transformative journey, holding a shared vision of sustainability for every resident and citizen, both domestically and in the diaspora. The imperative to transform arises from the unique challenges faced by our small island developing state, home to a population of 53,000, Madam Speaker. Our dependence on food imports, vulnerability to hurricanes, reliance on oil, and the impact of global conflicts on our supplies underscore the urgency of charting a sustainable course. As the smallest independent nation in the Western Hemisphere, our vulnerabilities to climate-related disasters defined our existence, yet our size is also our strength. So the coming year will be guided by a diligent team of local experts working in tandem with research scholars from the University of the West Indies and regional development partners to establish a resilient and sustainable framework. Madam Speaker, the forthcoming debate will will delve into the 7 pillars of our transformation, emphasizing that sustainability is not an abstract concept, but a tangible assurance for everyday lives and the future of every citizen here in St. Kitts and Nevis. Our commitment to this sustainable island state agenda remains unwavering, driven by the conviction that every citizen and resident should not only survive, but thrive in the sustainable future we are endeavoring to build. Madam Speaker, I am profoundly encouraged by the performance of our St. Kitts-Nevis Labour Party administration after just over a year in office. To date, it has been challenging, as leadership is challenging, but very rewarding at the same time, Madam Speaker. Since taking office in August 2022, we have maintained a stable economic situation in the country through skillful management of a mix of existing measures and new initiatives. Our actions to date have helped the economy to maintain positive growth in 2023, Madam Speaker. We expect that our policies and programs will continue to help our country manage the downside risk of the current polycrisis environment occasioned by a number of things, Madam Speaker. By the COVID-19 pandemic that is still having its impact on the world's economy, climate change, as was mentioned at the beginning, and the Russian-Ukraine war. So taken as a whole, the efforts of our government to support the strengthening of the social and economic fabric of our country is commendable. We have done significant work, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, for the record, permit me to highlight some of the major initiatives sponsored by this administration over the last 15 months. Madam Speaker, we can clearly remember that on the 7th of August 2022, we immediately opened the country for business with the world without restrictions based on scientific data. That measure alone helped to save our economy. Madam Speaker, we understood that people were having difficulties, and therefore we paid the first CBI dividend for the first time in the history of St. Kitts and Nevis, which covered our citizens here on St. Kitts and our citizens there on Nevis, as there should be no differentiation. Madam Speaker, we are one people, one federation. We introduced free tuition for students at the Clarence Fitzroy Bryant College for all students, Madam Speaker, those from Nevis and those from St. Kitts. We introduced a dedicated program for medical assistance for children in need of specialized life-saving medical care. And I say that slowly, Madam Speaker, because before, we used to see mothers up and down the road, as we say here, looking a sponsor while their child is dying. We have taken the decision that that must not happen. We are not saying that you can't raise funds, but whether your child lives or dies will not depend on how much you collect on a sponsor sheet. Madam Speaker, today, a lot of children have been saved as a result of that. And even though it's started here, we have helped children from Nevis as well to go abroad and receive very expensive medical care to save their lives. Madam Speaker, I wish we can put this into law so that in the future nobody can change this. Every child deserves a chance to live. This is what this government is about. Madam Speaker, we did not stop there with respect to looking after our young people. We reduced interest rate from 9% to 5% on student loans at the Development Bank of St. Kitts and Nevis, saving our young people thousands upon thousands of dollars. When we calculate over a lifetime, they can save upwards, Madam Speaker, of $40,000, and we are hoping that that money they can use to invest in their future. Madam Speaker, nobody else in the Caribbean does it like that at this moment in terms of the reduction of student loans interest rates. Madam Speaker, we also did sustain notable subsidies to farmers for the purchase of important farming inputs. We solidified the prospects for advancing the development of geothermal energy in Nevis, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is a significant achievement. For years, we here in the federal government and the Nevis administration could not have found a framework to develop geothermal. I heard the Premier of Nevis said that in the last 7 years when they were there, it was difficult to reach that agreement. But in short order, without even thinking twice, I signed so that the CDB could make available $17 million for the development of geothermal in Nevis. What nonsense argument people come in with. So if Nevis get geothermal, saying it's going to benefit too. And so what if Nevis benefits? Nevis deserves to benefit. And the federal government should not have been an impediment to development of geothermal. And so I asked, what kind of unity was that, Madam Speaker? And I'm passionate about this because when I present this to the world, people are telling me, are you serious, Prime Minister? We were there before. And we know what happened because of politics. And I said, that will not happen under this leadership. And I want to thank the Premier of Nevis. We sat together and we discussed it. And we're going to develop this. And we brought a resolution to Parliament unanimously passed, which means all of us participated. And as a result of passing that resolution, that has engendered significant confidence in the world. And as a result of that, we are moving to get geothermal going. I want to see Nevis got cheap energy. When Nevis develop, we develop too. How can we have that kind of grudgery? Come on. I say it passionately because when I sat with people and they tell me how foolish it look, 2 small islands have a resource that can liberate us financially. And we are arguing about who should get this and who should get that. Madam Speaker, needless to say, we have passed that, and I want to thank those from the other side. Madam Speaker, we went on, we paid a workers' bonus to all working citizens and residents who are registered with Social Security Board. Madam Speaker, we did that, and the reason why we did that is that we knew that people needed assistance because the economy is still recovering. We also knew that it was Independence 40, and for the 40 years that our people would have worked to build this country, I think that a grateful nation should in tangible way express thanks. And that is what we did here when we made sure that our workers got a bonus. Madam Speaker, we went on and we introduced special arrangements for customers who are in arrears with SCELEC. We knew that people had lost their electricity connection, some of them, Madam Speaker, a lot of them, not all of them, because they had challenges with work. Imagine a taxi driver, for example, did not have work for maybe 1.5 to 2 years, had difficulties paying his bill or her bill. And so we took the decision, how can we help our people to have a reset and start as the economy recovers and we are moving past the COVID years. And so, Madam Speaker, we did not stay there. Introduce special arrangements for customers who are in arrears with the Water Services Department, Madam Speaker. The Water Services Arrears Reset Program also help people to get reconnected. We introduced special arrangement for customers who are in arrears with National Housing Corporation, the Housing Arrears Reset Program, Madam Speaker. Introduced special arrangements for customers with outstanding payment for land purchased from the Ministry of Sustainable Development, Madam Speaker, the Land Reset Program, which is critically important. Madam Speaker, houses and land we consider to be fundamental for people to live well here in St. Kitts-Nevis. We expanded the first-time home owners program to include home renovations up to value of $500,000 or $500,000 and reduce the VAT rate to 13% on building materials until December 2024. The Building Materials Reset Program, Madam Speaker. And therefore, we are saying that this government has responded well. Madam Speaker, I also want to say that the truth is that our government successfully carried heavy load to protect our people from the full brunt of the harsh realities of the external shocks which are unrelenting. In other words, all this is being done to offset the impact of challenges that continue to be stacked against us and give our economy a fighting chance to fully recover and advance beyond the achievements realized in 2019, the pre-COVID years, of course, Madam Speaker. The actions of our government over the past year was sensible, especially when viewed in the context of a small island developing state existing in a turbulent and uncertain global economic environment. Over the coming months, the reset programs will play an important role in assisting our people to meet their varied needs, while at the same time contributing to the sustainability of critical institutions and, of course, of our economy. Madam Speaker, I now turn to consider some important aspects of the domestic economy. And therefore, we are now marching forward. Our federation operates within the wider global economy and therefore will continue to be influenced by the international and regional developments. In this regard, we are aware that the International Monetary Fund is projecting that the global economic output will fall from 3.5% in 2022 to 3.0% in 2023 and 2.9% in 2024, reflecting a slowdown in the global economy. Madam Speaker, growth in the United States, our largest trading partner, is projected to remain steady at 2.1% in 2023 and decline to 1.5% in 2024. Madam Speaker, these are realities that we have to deal with as a people. But closer home, economic activity in the Eastern Caribbean Currency Union, ECCU, was estimated at 8.9% in 2022, while growth of approximately 6.4% is projected for 2023 and 5.1% in 2024. So it shows, Madam Speaker, that within the Union, that we are projected to do slightly better than the world's average. But the main driver of growth in the ECCU is the tourism sector, and this trend is expected to continue in 2024. However, Madam Speaker, we must be mindful that there can be a decrease across the world, and this can impact us as well. And as such, we have to be prudent as a government leading this country. Madam Speaker, our government spent the last year addressing a myriad of challenges which have and will likely continue to impact the small, open economy of our federation. Remarkably, the St. Kitts-Nevis Labour Party administration has worked or they asked me to slow down a bit because the people with the sign language. I want to say to our community of the deaf, sorry about that. As you know, we introduced for the first time sign language so that the members of the deaf community can also participate in parliamentary proceedings, living up to the principle that all must be involved in a democracy and for democracy to work. So, Madam Speaker, so the government spent the last year addressing a myriad of challenges which have and will likely continue to impact the small, open economy of our federation. Remarkably, the St. Kitts-Nevis Labour Party administration has worked to reintroduce the federation to the world as one that is dedicated to good governance. Madam Speaker, good governance is critically important. Without good governance, you cannot have a thriving democracy. And that is why, even though there was a lot of song and dance about good governance, not one of them lay before the House to be passed and enacted, and activated, the complete statement, Madam Speaker, because people came and made song and dance about good governance. And when we got there, was not activated, and we made sure it was activated. We are serious about the development of our people and the protection of our environment, and laser focus on our economic and social progress, Madam Speaker. Our efforts are already bearing fruits as our simple message spreads far and wide that we are open for doing business with the rest of the world, and the rest of the world knows that. Our efforts have set the path to a sustained recovery, supported by positive growth in all major sectors, Madam Speaker. Positive growth. Prudent management, Madam Speaker. For the first half of 2023, gross domestic product grew by 3.4% compared to the same period in 2022. When juxtaposed against the COVID-19 period, the recovery is even more obvious, Madam Speaker. By mid-year 2023, the St. Kitts and Nevis economy had recovered 96.1% of its output levels when using 2019 as the point of reference. So, Madam Speaker, we're not using the COVID years necessarily as the points of references. That's mean 2020 and 2021 and part of 2022. We are using the 2019 as the point of reference. Madam Speaker, macroeconomic performance continues to show resilience, and we are on the road to full recovery with an anticipated growth of 3.9% by the end of 2023, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have growth in St. Kitts and Nevis. We are not back there yet, but we are on a good path. The growth observed in 2023 is being fueled by value added in the hotels and restaurant sector, which is poised to grow by an impressive 27%. Also, Madam Speaker, the wholesale and retail sector by 4%. The transport, storage, and communication sector by 1.5%. The construction sector by 0.8%. And the public administration sector by 8.5%. Madam Speaker, we are seeing growth all across in our economy. The increase in the hotel and restaurant sector is being influenced by the increases in visitor arrivals to the Federation by air and by sea. We should put our hands together for the Minister of Tourism, who is working tirelessly hard to make sure that transport to the Federation is on a good path. I'm talking about JetBlue. I'm talking about all the other major airlines and also the regional airlines. So activity, Madam Speaker, in the construction sector is driven by the rise in residential housing construction. Madam Speaker, more people are building houses here in St. Kitts and Nevis. We have seen that go up, and it continues to go up. We also see, Madam Speaker, the increase in wholesale and retail and transport, storage, communication sectors is as a result of a general rise in consumer demand for goods and services, Madam Speaker. The outlook for 2024 and beyond is promising for our Federation, as we expect that full recovery from the impact of the pandemic will be achieved in 2024, and growth will expand by approximately 3.6% per annum over the medium term. Madam Speaker, we expect growth in 2024. Although inflation continues to ease in most countries as supply chains issues normalize and energy and food prices fall substantially from their 2022 highs, food prices remain elevated, Madam Speaker. It is an issue across the world. Global inflation is projected to fall from 8.7% in 2022, but will remain high at 6.9% in 2023 and decline to 5.8% in 2024. That is why we passed the Consumer Protection Bill in here, so that our consumers must be protected. We don't want to have any price gouging and so forth, Madam Speaker, so that people's dollar can go much further. That is why we did that, looking out for our people. However, some of this inflation, as can be seen, is imported inflation. Wherever they are manufactured, the cost is high, and therefore it is reflected here in our St. Kitts and Nevis. Our estimates of inflation for 2024 reveal that, consistent with global inflation, prices have begun to stabilize. And even though the prices are stabilizing, we are still saying we want the prices to be as low as they can be, so that people can feel the ease in their pocket, Madam Speaker. So for 2024, inflation is projected to be 2.0% compared to the 2023 estimate of 3.8%. Notwithstanding, we continue to be cautious with our estimates given the possible impact that the war between Israel and Gaza could have on oil prices, which could lead to further inflationary pressures. Madam Speaker, these are international factors that are affecting us here in St. Kitts-Nevis. And that is why we want our people not to only have a local view or regional view, but we want our people to have a global view so that they can understand what underpins the decisions that we make here as a government. It is anticipated that the food and beverage index will increase by 2.0% per annum, while the non-food commodities index will rise to 2.1% over the medium term. Therefore, Madam Speaker, it is important for us to understand that the increase in prices experienced by our people here in the Federation is not localized to St. Kitts-Nevis, but is primarily a reflection of the elevated prices of goods and services in the global economy. That is an important thing to note, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, but this caring and responsible government assessed the situation on the ground and responded with a mix of policies and initiatives to curb the impact of increased cost of living. Some of these were highlighted earlier in my presentation, Madam Speaker, when I spoke about our major achievements. The CBI dividend payment alone impacted about 17,500 individuals in its inaugural round. A total of 35,694 workers also recently benefited from the payment of the $1,000 worker bonus, Madam Speaker. We continue to provide support to the vulnerable members of our society via the Poverty Alleviation Program, which soon will become LIFT and will be spoken about more later. We also help through the STEP program and through the new Elevate program, Madam Speaker, and other social assistance programs offered by the Ministry of Social Development and Gender Affairs. So, Madam Speaker, we have given significant help. During the first 10 months of this year, our government has invested in excess of $118 million to implement the various support programs. That is nothing to sneeze at, Madam Speaker. It shows that this government is caring about its people and continue to care. $118 million, Madam Speaker, to help our people deal with the scourge of the challenges that we are dealing in this multi-crisis or poly-crisis situation that the world has found itself in. The government has also sustained significant blanket subsidies in respect to the cost of gasoline at the pump, Madam Speaker. We're helping people with each gallon of gas they buy at the pump. We are also helping our people with the purchase of LPG, that's the cooking gas, the small tanker gas. The prices are not changing because we are subsidizing, Madam Speaker. We are subsidizing by households, by businesses. And also, Madam Speaker, we have sustained large subsidies on electricity supply to domestic and commercial consumers. Madam Speaker, we are paying the fuel variation cost to the tune of tens of millions of dollars. We are doing that to protect our people, Madam Speaker, to make sure that the high cost of electricity is not truly passed on to our people, but the government is bearing a brunt of it to protect the people, Madam Speaker. So with that $118 million, as I spoke about, in addition to that, subsidy for electricity must also be involved or calculated when it comes to what we are doing to protect our people, Madam Speaker. So these initiatives are implemented primarily as a means of providing tangible support to our people and help to increase their purchasing power. That is a caring government. That is a government that is people-centered, Madam Speaker. The numbers speak for themselves. Propaganda can't go to the supermarket. Propaganda can't keep on the electricity. What we are talking about here, are measures to help to protect our people. And it is recognized that if we were to allow our people to bear the brunt, life would become so challenging and difficult in St. Kitts-Nevis if we had not implemented these measures to protect our people. Madam Speaker, I hasten to encourage our people not to take this generous support by this caring government for granted, as most countries have already discontinued the COVID-era subsidies and public assistance programs. But we continue to maintain them until the economy fully recovers, Madam Speaker. The government is aware of the impact that high prices, especially food prices, can have on our consumers. Madam Speaker, we are concerned about the food prices. That is why we passed the Consumer Protection Bill. And that is why we are saying to business people to also be mindful and let us work together to ensure that we create the best environment for our people here in St. Kitts-Nevis. Critically important, Madam Speaker. We will therefore continue to provide financial support to the most vulnerable citizens through the various social programs and implement policies that would safeguard consumers. Madam Speaker, as I said before, this is evident with the recent passage of the Consumer Protection Act 2023. The government is also actively exploring the introduction of competition policy and price gouging legislation, all in an effort to fortify consumer protection. We are serious about this, Madam Speaker. We don't want people to be using the excuse of COVID and all this for eternity, with prices that might be going up and you don't have solid justification, Madam Speaker. And so we are saying that we have to protect our people here in St. Kitts-Nevis. Somebody told me they went, one price, go back a few hours, look at the price change again at the end of the week. Madam Speaker, if that is a concern, we need to get the data, and we are dealing with that to make sure that our people are protected here in St. Kitts-Nevis. The prices that come from overseas, they're high. I spoke to one of the owners, and he showed me alternatives and said that there are alternatives to almost every product. But apart from that, Madam Speaker, we will do what we have to do to keep prices here in St. Kitts-Nevis low so that our people can afford it. All around the world, Madam Speaker, suffering from inflation. Whether it's a big country, a small country. Imagine the big countries are feeling the brunt of this. Can you imagine? When those countries sneeze, we catch pneumonia. So if they are dealing with it, can you imagine for small island developing states like ours, St. Kitts-Nevis? Madam Speaker, therefore we are saying with the increase in economic activity, labor market conditions in the economy have improved immensely because we have worked towards that. And accordingly, I want to report here that the Social Security Board data as of June 2023 shows total job registration was recorded in the region of 25,384, an increase of 2%, 490 jobs over January to December 2022, which was seen at 24,894. This is a very positive development, as it is indicative of the continued upward trend in economic expansion and job creation or job growth here in the Federation of St. Kitts-Nevis. Madam Speaker, the numbers speak. When compared to 2019 levels, we see exceptional results. The data is pointing to the recovery of 95.4% of jobs lost during the pandemic. We are recovering, Madam Speaker, and it's because of prudent management. That is why we are recovering. Because we opened the country, Madam Speaker. That is why we are recovering. It is because we dealt with corruption, Madam Speaker, systemic corruption. And I'm going to speak about some of them, Madam Speaker. Systemic corruption, deep. The more you dig is the more you uncover. You can't believe an administration could have been so corrupt, Madam Speaker. Every institution under threat. It hurts when you see tens of millions going down tubes. Madam Speaker, I have the records. Sometimes, if you look at the records, and you have the files, Madam Speaker, you can't believe what was happening in the previous administration. Madam Speaker, we have the files.
Give us a taste of beer.
We have the files. We have the files, Madam Speaker. They need to hear one. So, Madam Speaker, I want to say that we are recovering. And the main contributors to these good results include the hotel and restaurants, transport, storage, communication, wholesale and retail sectors. And even with these results, we will continue to push hard to ensure that in 2024 we exceed the 2019 job levels in all major sectors of the economy. Madam Speaker, I mentioned these, but I don't want our people to take it lightly that when you make efforts to get rid of corruption, that in itself adds to economic growth. The studies have shown that if you do nothing else in a country except cut out as much corruption as possible, you will see economic growth. That is why the economy will grow, if for nothing else, for seeking to deal with corruption, Madam Speaker. Can you imagine you have a whole school, $21 million, and not a block laid? Those things are painful, Madam Speaker. Not a block laid and $21 million gone. Managing dirt. Madam Speaker, Development Bank, $334 million in debt. About to crash, but we saved it. And you have people talking about programs, when programs were used to thief money. Madam Speaker, I can talk the things, you know.
Yes, please.
Because I'm fed up of people grandstanding and not recognizing all that had been done. Action. Madam Speaker, even with these results, we will continue to push hard, as I said previously. We want to create a situation in the country where all who are interested in working can find decent work. Madam Speaker, that is very critically important. As we set the path for sustainable island state, we want to make sure that work is available for our people. And as you can see, we are recovering. We want to create that situation right here where people can find decent work and restore the capacity for people to fully take care of themselves and their families, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I will move on to discuss more of the fiscal landscape. A review of the government's fiscal performance revealed that for the 2022 fiscal year, a deficit of $99.2 million was recorded for the overall balance, and a primary balance also reflected a deficit of $82.9 million. Madam Speaker, let me spend 2 minutes on this. What happened here when we took over last year? And that is why I said people must tell the truth. The people were told that they have surplus after surplus after surplus. Sometimes based on situations, you may not have a surplus because if there's a downturn in the economy, you might have to draw on reserves to keep yourself going until things get better. Let me explain this, Madam Speaker, in simpler terms. If you lose a job and you were making $1,000 a month, that $1,000 is no longer made. You might have had savings, and then you start to draw on your savings until you can find another job. During that time, even though you have money in the bank, you are running a deficit because you're spending more than you take in. It doesn't mean you don't have any money at all. These things they happen in the United States. They happen in the UK, especially during COVID years. Many countries run deficit. So the issue is not even discussing the deficit in itself if it is justified. But the issue is you have a deficit and telling the people you have a surplus. Madam Speaker, that can't work. The people must know the truth, and the people understand this truth when you explain it to them. So you could have easily said there was a deficit because of the COVID and there was a downturn and so forth. But you are telling people you have a surplus when it's a deficit. So I'm not discussing the deficit because from time to time countries might run a deficit because of scenarios and situations. The situation becomes when you tell the people what the truth is not. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I wanted to clarify that that can happen based on what you are seeking to achieve, and as you move forward, you go into recovery. Madam Speaker, I want to say that total revenue and grants amounted to 1.12 billion, of which recurrent revenues was 1.1 billion and total grants were $14 million. Non-tax revenue exceeded the budget by 54.9%, mainly on the account or the proceeds from the CBI program. Madam Speaker, I will speak to this even in more depth because it is critical. In contrast, tax revenue was 11.1% lower than expected, and this is 2022, as the economy continued to recover from the fallout, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, with respect to, in contrast, the tax revenue was 11.1% lower than expected as the economy continued to recover from the fallout of the pandemic and struggled to cope with the effects of the Russian-Ukraine war. That was part of it, Madam Speaker. With respect to expenditure, total expenditure for 2022 amounted to 1.2 billion. Outlays were 34.2% more than the budget, which was indicative of former administration's decision to purchase land under the land for debt swap arrangement, and other notable expenditures initiatives, including 10% increase in salaries and wages and an extra month's salary to civil servants, as well as the transfer of persons to the civil service. Madam Speaker, why am I saying this? Is that the people can understand exactly where this came from. So the issue here is not just the deficit. It is saying to people that there was a surplus when there was a deficit. Telling a lie. In local parlance.
In every parlance.
Or misleading the people. The people can understand, Madam Speaker, when these things happen. However, I can say what added to the deficit was the Bastia High School. Every month, money being paid to the tune of over $600,000 for management of the Bastia High School. This is like the emperor without clothes, Madam Speaker. I must be the only one not seeing a school. We over here not seeing a school. But $24 million gone. Madam Speaker, money gone from government to development bank, down a tube. Can't be accounted for. This is serious business. Money just disappearing as if they are magicians who make it disappear. Poof, be gone. Just like that, Madam Speaker, poof, be gone. And I can go through almost every ministry and every sector. But our first order of business was to make sure we stabilize the situation here in St. Kitts-Nevis. Madam Speaker, I spoke about all the issues that affected the deficit position. The cost also associated with various income support programs, including the PAP and the Farmer Peace Program. These also contributed to the expenditure overages that were realized. Madam Speaker, additionally, a CBI dividend was also paid to citizens and residents. Of course, based on the principle that you contribute to social security. As mentioned earlier, the dividend distribution was intended to help lessen the increased cost of living here in St. Kitts-Nevis for our people, and to allow them to share in some of the profits derived from our CBI program. with respect to the debt situation, Madam Speaker, at the end of December 2022, the total public sector debt stood at 1.6 billion, or 60.2% of GDP. There are some other numbers I will give later on, Madam Speaker. This represented a decline of 6.5 million in the debt stock and a decrease of 8.9 percentage points in the debt to GDP ratio. The reduction of the debt to GDP ratio was the result of an expansion in economic activity of 2022 when compared to 2021, Madam Speaker. And it is because we opened the economy in August. Had that economy not been opened, we would not have realized the drop in the debt, Madam Speaker. How can you keep a country locked down? Debt going up. People can't eat. Man and man can't work effectively. On the altar of politics, Madam Speaker. That is the sad thing about it. On the order of politics, the country was kept locked down. The country should have been opened up since in May 2022, according to the scientific data. And up to August, all the restrictions still had not been removed. I had the data, and that is why I said I will open up the country when we take office, because when I sat with the team on the 7th of August at Marriott, I said, show me the scientific data. It just so happened that I'm a medical doctor, and part of the training is to interpret data. You have experts in that, but we learn how to look at it, so you can't fool me. Show me the data. There's a lot of talk, just show me the data. So I asked to be shown the data. And the data suggested that the country, the restrictions could have been lifted long ago. When the restrictions were lifted, they were predicting an outbreak in December of 2022. And I was just laughing at them. Lifting restrictions. All of a sudden, they are now saying we're going to have outbreak of COVID. Madam Speaker, we had cases of COVID, but we already knew that our immunity had been built up so much that even if we were to get COVID, there will not be a breakout of people being sick in the hospital and ICU. COVID is still around. COVID is not going anywhere. COVID is going to be with us for the rest of our lives. The difference is that you have the immunity to deal with it. That is what St. Kitts-Nevis had advanced. So when they talk about the last outbreak that we had in 2022, in December, November, December, St. Kitts had it since August. We had the immunity to it. Therefore, there would not have been a prediction of an outbreak in December of 2022. Propaganda, trying to frighten people. But of course, they can't frighten people over here because we decided we're going to work with the scientific data. And the scientific data did not lie. And we did not see an outbreak in 2022. Why am I saying that? Because if we had not opened up the country, the debt to GDP ratio that declined would have remained high. The recovery in jobs would have been slower, Madam Speaker. As a matter of fact, that single decision robbed the country of tens of millions of dollars. Why? Because tourists who used to come to St. Kitts-Nevis, you tell me wear face masks. And I could go down to a next country and they ain't got to wear no face mask. That is what took place. So a lot of the returning tourists who used to come to St. Kitts-Nevis, they chose other countries. And it was challenging to get back all of them for the 2023 season, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to say in this honorable house, we lagged in the OECS when it came to tourism. All of them saw numbers above the 2019 levels, except St. Kitts-Nevis. Because we kept the country locked down, or restricted rather, unnecessarily. Restricted unnecessarily. We were having some trouble with some cruise lines. And the reason why we were having trouble with some cruise lines is that they said during the COVID, St. Kitts-Nevis treated them badly. And they didn't want to come back. I want our people to know that there was no reason to treat the people like that. Kick them out at sea. The Honorable Minister will tell you when she went to meetings, people were crying because they couldn't believe that they were treated like that in St. Kitts-Nevis, and asked the question, why should we return to St. Kitts-Nevis? And we said to them, you have a new administration, you have a progressive administration, you have an administration that is astute and would understand what you are dealing with and would have responded differently. We sought to convince them that St. Kitts-Nevis was not that which they experienced under the previous administration, but that we had advanced to an advanced administration that would understand the plight that they were dealing with, and we would have responded differently. And so to some extent, they understood us, and then they allowed some of their cruise liners to come. So when people talking about this and talking about that, I want people to understand the context of why we had trouble getting back some of the cruise liners here in St. Kitts-Nevis. Madam Speaker, to get back on point with respect to the debt to GDP ratio, 40% of the debt stock was contracted by the federal government, and the remaining 60% was owed by public corporations on both St. Kitts and Nevis and the island and the Nevis Island administration, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the central government's debt and public corporations on St. Kitts and Nevis debt fell by 9.6 million and 11.9 million respectively, Madam Speaker. So even with the difficulties in the economies in the world, including St. Kitts and Nevis, we were still able to carry down our debt. I mean, that is significant. Today, I think that St. Kitts and Nevis has the lowest debt to GDP ratio in the OECS. This is a tremendous achievement. Labor. Thank you.
That long time.
So, Madam Speaker, yes, so Madam Speaker, it's prudent fiscal management. Sometimes you have to spend, for example, let's say you have a business, you might say, boy, let me borrow our house, you borrow $300,000, you do a business, the business start to turn over profit, you pay off for $3,000 and you're good. Sometimes it's like that. You make an investment.
Labor invested in this country.
All right, Madam Speaker, and those investments are what we are seeing now, Madam Speaker. That is why we are seeing that type of result at this particular time. And so I want to thank those from the Ministry of Finance who have been working tirelessly hard. I want to thank, of course, the ministers who have been working tirelessly hard, the people who have been working tirelessly hard, because no one person can do it. We have to recognize we have to do it together, Madam Speaker. And so this is a tremendous achievement. And none of this was premised on debt forgiveness. If we get some debt forgiveness, that will drop down very, very, very low. And I will pursue some debt forgiveness. But we are, of course, meeting our obligations. And at the same time, we are dealing with the debt situation here in St. Kitts and Nevis. And that is why I'm saying that we have to be prudent to make sure that we continue to put our country in the best position. Madam Speaker, I want to move on to economic expansion and diversification. And one of the first things I want to touch here is agriculture. Agriculture is important and fundamental, Madam Speaker. It deals with the issue, Madam Speaker, of food security. And I think we are at a point where the majority of us, if not all Kittitians and Nevisians, are in agreement that this issue rises to the level of the top 5 priorities for our country. Very critically important. Further, this government has identified food security as a strategic pillar in the Sustainable Island State agenda. We are fully committed to ensuring strategic investments in agriculture, in the agriculture sector, to ensure that we achieve the CARICOM 25 by 25 agenda. This will also be a critical step in our march to a sustainable island state as we reposition agriculture as a key contributor to employment, social and economic security, and the improvement of our collective health and nutrition. Madam Speaker, I would like to say that climate change is significantly impacting agriculture. The change in rainfall patterns, the droughts that we are seeing presently, Madam Speaker, possibly the worst drought in our history. Somebody told me they went to buy some sweet potato, and the sweet potato them small. They used to call them pickings when I was small. Pickings. Pickings. And you only used to give your pig pickings. People never used to eat the pickings. But Madam Speaker, because of the lack of rainfall, you try to grow sweet potato, and where you're going is pickings. It's a serious issue. A serious issue, Madam Speaker. Climate change impacting us, Madam Speaker. The aging mother is from St. Paul's, you know. So, Madam Speaker, our goal is within sight, and we intend to ramp up investments in infrastructure, the adoption of use of technology, and the strengthening of our human resource capacity, including the technological and scientific capabilities of our agricultural officers, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, at this point, I want to also point out that as we chart the way forward for implementation, I have to remember, of course, our dear citizens from the deaf community. As we chart the way forward for implementation of our planned strategic interventions, Madam Speaker, we are conscious of the need to hear from stakeholders operating in the sector. And to this end, the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Marine Resources initiated a number of stakeholder meetings in 2023 to discuss pertinent issues such as the impact of drought, land distribution and preparation, access to water, duty-free concessions, the availability of agricultural inputs, and the Cannabis Act, Madam Speaker. The message of the importance of agriculture was also taken to our youths, as engagements were held with students of 2 schools. Similar forums, Madam Speaker, with stakeholders and students will be convened in 2024. And therefore, I use this opportunity to invite the public to listen out for the announcements of these events and to participate when possible, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am particularly encouraged by the fact that once again, we can point to the meaningful partnership forged with the Republic of China, Taiwan. And I want to thank the government and people of the Republic of China, Taiwan, who for over 40 years now has been a development partner. When I was at COP in Dubai, I said in the forum that St. Kitts-Nevis is not looking sympathy. We are looking for development partners, because that is the best way of making sure that all involved derive benefits. And so we want to thank the Republic of China, Taiwan, in promoting the sustainable development of our country and our agricultural sector. In June 2023, we witnessed the signing of an agreement for the St. Kitts and Nevis layer chicken industry sustainable development project between the Ministry of Agriculture and the Republic of China, Taiwan. I think Nevis is a little further ahead than us at this particular time. Madam Speaker, this is a partnership that is resulting in tangible benefits for our people. The implementation of this project will result in the establishment of a hatchery on St. Kitts, and I'm sure Nevis has one already, This facility will deliver a production capacity of over 20,000 day-old chickens per year for both meat and egg production, Madam Speaker. The key objectives of this project include the introduction of modern breeding technology, as well as egg production technology, ensuring the Federation's ability to sustainably produce poultry products and substantially reduce the level of imports. Madam Speaker, I don't eat chicken, but I have to respect the fact that our people here in St. Kitts-Nevis consume chicken. The estimates that are being presented for the 2024 seeks to add support for the build-out of this aspect of our agriculture expansion strategy, Madam Speaker. This is the type of partnerships, these are the types of partnerships that we are looking for with other countries, our dear partner in development, the Republic of China, Taiwan. Madam Speaker, and I think they are represented here. Welcome. Madam Speaker, water has been identified as a critical area for support to our farming community. To this end, a water security project has been devised for implementation over the medium term to aid farmers in gaining access to an adequate water supply for food production. Already this year, we invited tenders from the private sector for the supply of water tanks, irrigation pipes, and associated materials. A multi-task holder approach has been taken to holistically look at the water needs on the island of St. Kitts, inclusive of the agriculture sector. Reformation of land policies is a major area for attention in the year 2024. Our government would have documented issues related to agricultural land policies, and so the need for reviewing and updating the legislative framework in this regard and establish clear guidelines for the use of land for agricultural purposes. Madam Speaker, as I said, climate change again. I'm going to mention that maybe 100 times today because it is critically important. We have water problems because of climate change, but we have to respond, Madam Speaker, and we are responding. The Department of Marine Resources, as we continue with agriculture, is committed to overseeing the transformation of our fisheries sector and the effective management of our marine resources. The department is spearheading a program established for the construction and renovation of fishing facilities in major fishing communities. This will ultimately help to promote more fishing activities, improve the assurance of fish quality, increase food safety, create jobs, sustain livelihoods, and attract new fishers into the sector. With regards to the management of our marine resources, the department will make the final push needed to formalize the government's earlier declaration of the St. Kitts-Nevis Marine Management Area via publication of the official gazette. Madam Speaker, this is critically important to the development of the blue economy here in the Federation of St. Kitts-Nevis. We are small in terms of land, and we are a small island developing state. We have great potential as a large ocean state, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have maybe 100 square miles of land. If you include Booby Island, maybe 100.1 square miles of land. But for the sake of rounding off, we say 100. However, we have 22,000 square kilometers of ocean. 22,000 square kilometers. That is a lot of land, Madam Speaker. And therefore it means, lot of ocean, Madam Speaker. Therefore it means that we now have to start to develop the ocean and get from it what we could have in terms of its resources to help to advance the development of St. Kitts-Nevis. For too long, we are saying we are small. That is because we are looking at land. We have to now say to the world, we are much larger than we look because we have thousands upon thousands of space in the ocean. And let us not take that lightly. We don't explore it. We know that there are those who want to come into our waters fishing and catch the larger size fish and take back to their countries and so forth so that they can enjoy. Madam Speaker, we have not started to touch that as yet. But I'm saying also that while we want to delve into the large ocean to derive what we can derive for our development, we must also realize that climate change is affecting it. Madam Speaker, when you go out in the summer, you see all this seaweed across the ocean. That is because of the rising temperature of the sea that is causing the seaweed to be so abundant in our waters, affecting our beaches, affecting the fishermen with their boats and the propellers as they try to get through the seaweed, Madam Speaker. The rising of the sea levels, Madam Speaker, intruding our wells and our aquifers, Madam Speaker. This is a serious matter. The bleaching of our corals, the death of part of our coral reefs, Madam Speaker. So the ocean is under tremendous stress as a result of climate change. And that is why I keep saying that we have to band together to deal with the scourge of climate change. Madam Speaker, although we are a small state, I've said that we have a large ocean and we believe that the timing is right for interventions to unleash our blue economy and engage in sustainable activities that will bring economic development to our country from this rich resource. In 2024, the Department of Marine Resources intends to promote blue economy activities such as marine energy, marine biotechnology, aquaculture, sea moss production, tourism activities, marine transportation, boat building, and high seas fishing. To achieve notable growth in the marine sector, the department is currently engaging in research and discussions with key stakeholders, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me delve a little bit more into that. The St. Kitts-Nevis government, and I want to thank the Minister of Agriculture and also the CEO of the Cannabis Authority, Dr. Alexander, who journeyed to Southern University in Louisiana. I want to say that the chairman or president, the chairman and the president of Southern University are coming here on the 26th of December to sign an MOU with our government. And they have dedicated themselves to undertake a number of critical activities to help us in our development. When it comes to the marine, this university is the leading university that deals with the shrimp and lobster industry in Louisiana. And we know that this is a large industry in that part of the United States of America. This university has a license from the United States government to develop cannabis. And they're going to help us with our cannabis, medical cannabis industry as well. They're also going to offer scholarships for our people. They're going to help us in different areas. And the reason why I'm saying that is that this is not just talk. This is because we took the initiative to make contact with partners who will help us to develop St. Kitts-Nevis. And so we are going.
Scholar starts January.
The first
Scholarship recipient starts in January.
Oh my God. The first scholarship starts in January. Madam Speaker, right now they gave us some scholarships for PhDs and masters free of cost. Not the part scholarship, full scholarship. Presently we have them. So we can advance our people, Madam Speaker. These are the type of partnerships we are looking for. We are not looking for sympathy, Madam Speaker. We are looking for partnerships. Because we're small, but with Talawa, we can have solutions for the world as well. I'm telling you. So to achieve the objectives set for the agricultural sector in 2024, a total of $18.5 million is being proposed to facilitate recurrent expenditure, a 6.4% increase when compared to 2023. These resources will be used to strengthen the human resource capacity through the recruitment of trained personnel to enhance the technical support provided to our farming community. Capital expenditure totaling $9.4 million is being proposed in 2024. This investment will help to advance the transformation process as we aim to make strides in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly as it pertains to zero hunger, decent work and economic growth, life below water, and responsible consumption and production. Madam Speaker, in 2024, work will continue to facilitate the implementation of a number of programs and projects identified as critical to the continued development of the sector. So, Madam Speaker, I want to bring the point that it is beyond this that I just mentioned that we will have more investments and technical support. Madam Speaker, with respect to the medicinal cannabis industry, as you know, we have already passed the legislation, and we have passed that industry from the Prime Minister's office to its rightful place in the Ministry of Agriculture and under the leadership of the Honorable Samuel Duggins. Madam Speaker, the emerging global market for medicinal cannabis and artisan hemp products holds promising economic opportunities for St. Kitts-Nevis and the wider Caribbean as a common market. I had the opportunity to visit St. Vincent and visit their cannabis farm. Impressive, Madam Speaker. And we intend to do it here and to expand it here as well. As St. Kitts-Nevis explores and unlocks new economic opportunities, participation in the global medicinal cannabis value chain could prove a promising way forward, Madam Speaker. The market for high-quality medicinal cannabis products is rapidly growing on a global scale. According to experts, it was US $9 billion in 2020 and could reach US $49 billion by 2028. Our Medicinal Cannabis Authority, under the guiding principles of empathy, efficiency, and equity, aims to develop a medicinal cannabis industry that is truly medicinal and does not focus solely on profitability, but also on the holistic improvement of human health and environment. Madam Speaker, there's tremendous opportunities. And as I just mentioned, in St. Kitts-Nevis, we have some master growers, Madam Speaker. We have to just deal with the reality. We have some master growers. We need to bring the master growers from out of the shadows and bring them into the light. I heard about them. And so, Madam Speaker, we need to bring the master growers so that they can start growing a product that St. Kitts-Nevis can market for the improvement of health of people across the world, Madam Speaker. How is it the Caribbean, which had been known for cannabis? Of course, it was scheduled at one point to be illegal, even for medicinal purposes. And you are saying to me that instead of becoming exporters and producers, we can become consumers only? That is unacceptable. We made the mistake with moonshine, Hammond, what do they call it in Nevis? Hammond. Berries. Berries in St. Paul's. Madam Speaker, the reason why I say that in the 60s, 70s, and even 80s, you know that the law enforcement officers used to run down the brewers or the distillers. These people were master chemists of the highest order. They took very, I would call, rudimentary materials and equipment and made a good product, Madam Speaker. When you look at the fancy champagne that comes from Champagne, France, it's sparkling white wine, but it's called champagne because of where it comes from. You think those people who developed that always had big fancy factories and so forth? I can tell you had to be a man or a woman in a little thing, say, boy, let's do a little thing here and see if we could sell something to make $1 over the centuries. And then it comes to the point where now they can export that. We had master distillers here who could have developed their own brand and market that to the world. So we made the mistake here. We can't make the mistake with the cannabis industry. We have to give the master growers an opportunity to develop their product, their brand, and offer it to the world as a product to help humankind healthcare. And so this is, and Madam Speaker, a high-profile delegation from St. Kitts-Nevis, and I'm speaking with respect to Southern University, that was comprised, as mentioned, Dr. Garfield Alexander, Chief Executive Officer of the Cannabis Commission in the Ministry of Agriculture, Dr. Michael Emmanuel, Professor at the University of the West Indies, Mona Campus, Jamaica, Dr. Hadia Claxton, Special Envoy for Investment, Development, and International Business Relations, engaged in fruitful discussions on a visit to the Southern Institute of Medicinal Plants, a division of Southern University and A&M College in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. We are serious about this, Madam Speaker. Building on that momentum generated by a previous delegation led by the Minister of Agriculture, Honorable Samuel Duggins, in September 2023, the visit aimed to foster collaboration and exchange knowledge on the research and benefits of medicinal plants, with a particular focus on cannabis, Madam Speaker. Therefore, Madam Speaker, this collaboration and exchange of knowledge on research and benefits of the medicinal plants, with a particular focus on cannabis, as mentioned before, the discussion delved into innovative techniques for wildlife management to safeguard crops, Madam Speaker, addressing challenges faced by the industry. Madam Speaker, St. Kitts-Nevis looks forward to leveraging the expertise of Southern University, a trailblazer in the field, to advance research, innovation, and the application of medicinal cannabis for the benefit of both nations. Madam Speaker, we were serious when we say we're going to develop this industry, and we have gone to a reputable university to help us to do it, because this industry can truly help us. Madam Speaker, I'll now move on to construction. As you know, construction is a big part, and we say the construction sector remains a strong pillar of St. Kitts-Nevis economy. The sector is demonstrating a credible rebound. However, we recognize that there is still some work to be done to exploit the underlying potential that could accelerate the recovery in this important sector, Madam Speaker. Very important. So unlike the other sectors mentioned earlier, job gains in the construction sector as at June 2023 was lagging by 9% when compared to the 2019 levels. We're not even comparing to 20 and 21. But the good news is that based on the value of the pipeline of private sector projects, the St. Kitts Investment Promotion Agency is forecasting that inflows of foreign direct investment is expected to be very strong in 2024 and beyond. The planned activities of the central government and the state-owned enterprises will also combine to make significant contributions towards the full recovery of the sector in 2024. Madam Speaker, it is universally recognized that high-quality basic infrastructure is essential for countries to achieve superior levels of development and for building a competitive economy. Madam Speaker, without good infrastructure, you're not even at the start line. Therefore, our government has completed an assessment of the existing infrastructure gap that could possibly impede development and the attainment of the sustainable island state objectives. We therefore plan to invest heavily in basic infrastructure over the medium term. To this end, it is proposed that the Ministry of Public Infrastructure, Energy, Utilities and Domestic Transport be allocated a recurrent budget totaling 24.2 million and a capital budget of 61.7 million in 2024. These resources will be used to support the general operations of the ministry, facilitate the recruitment of technical personnel, and accelerate the implementation of some important infrastructure projects. This will further strengthen the capacity of the ministry to continue to lead in the transformation of our physical infrastructure, Madam Speaker. Improving our road network is also foremost in our medium-term development outlook. To those residents who have given voice to the frustration of people living in government-sponsored housing developments, without access to proper road infrastructure. I say, we hear you, Madam Speaker. And I want to say to our people, help is on the way, and our roads will, of course, start in earnest to be constructed. This process began in 2023 with the investment of approximately $3 million to construct roads in Stone Fort Heights. Over the next 2 years, we will expand the road works to residential developments at Shadwell West, Shadwell South, Boys View Extension, Palmetto Point, Farms Meadows, Willets Extension, Rollins Extension, Lodge Project, West Coast, Stapleton Extension, and other underserved areas. I want to add also, thanks to the Minister of Infrastructure, in addition to this, we will in the new year push hard to bring on stream several other major capital projects, such as the Bastia High School, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, can you imagine if we had the $24 million? 21 million dollars, Madam Speaker. It's 24 now interest.
Yeah, that's
Madam Speaker, you could imagine if we had that $21 million, what we could have done or what we could do with it. It is sad that $21 million gone down the tube. However, this government has taken the effective step of demolishing the Bastia High School, and we want to thank the Minister of Education for his leadership on this one, making sure that the Bastia High School gets something. Madam Speaker, I also want to say that the Joshua Obadiah Williams Primary School, the new smart hospital, these are infrastructural development, construction of coastal area revetment, and the rehabilitation of St. Peter's Main Road and F.T. Williams Highway. Madam Speaker, I want to say to the people of St. Peter's that the tendering for the road is done. The road is going to start in short order. I know the people of St. Peter's have waited, and I've said to them it will come, but I want to say to them that you have to go through the engineering process, you have to go through the procurement process, and many things because it is a major project to take place. The people of St. Peter's deserve a good road. How can, in this house, you had a representative for constituency number 8 who became the Deputy Prime Minister, and they built, they resurfaced or rehabilitated the Island Main Road and leave St. Peter's out?
That's how they do it in 1994.
To St. Paul's.
Yeah.
You just leave out St. Peter's. St. Peter's is the largest growing area outside of Bastia and St. Kitts. Look at the census. Outside of Bastia, St. Peter's is the largest area. The census showed over 5,000 plus people easily. And the main road to St. Peter's was totally neglected.
A lot of Labour people live up here.
It got to be. And Madam Speaker, what made it bad, is that you had people saying St. Peter's Road will be done. When we got there, no plans, Madam Speaker. No plans. How are you going to build something without a plan? You had no real drive to do the St. Peter's Road. And that is why we are somewhat delayed, because we had to get all of the work done, preparatory work, to make sure we can deliver the road for the people in St. Peter's. Neglected St. Peter's? And you could just neglect the largest area outside of Bastia in St. Kitts by not giving them a road. Madam Speaker, maybe somebody else understands this. I don't understand it. Neglected the people of St. Peter's. Madam Speaker, you go up to St. Peter's, the health center that was there. They started a health center and stopped the health center. Again, when we went to look at it, that was entangled in so much things. We had to untangle it. And we have finally did that. Or we have finally done that. And therefore, we are now ready to start the St. Peter's Health Center again. Madam Speaker, still on St. Peter's, they promised St. Peter's a bus stop. Nothing being done. When you go there, there's no plan. It was just all talk. Do St. Peter's bad. I mean, no water, you left. no road, no bus stop,
No representation.
no representation. When you go and you look at the other infrastructure,
No peer.
oh my God, I wouldn't talk about that. But Madam Speaker, I want to say today, St. Peter's go all the way over to Half Moon, It's a big parish. But the point is taken, Madam Speaker, that hardly any significant development. But I'm saying that you can never say that a government can do everything. But it's perplexing to understand that you invested heavily in the Island Main Road and nothing was done to the St. Peter's Road, and your excuse is St. Peter's is not the main road. I don't know what constitutes a main road. I can only say that based on the number of persons who live in St. Peter's, it is a significant number and deserves to have its road rehabilitated. St. Peter's got more people than Sandy Point, Madam Speaker. St. Peter's got more people than Keon. St. Peter's got more people than any other community that you might think is large outside of Bastille, as simple as it looks.
It is a main road, PM. A main road is a lot of traffic.
Thank you. Thank you for the definition. A main road is a lot of traffic. And so I want to say to the people of St. Peter's, your clinic gonna get done, your road gonna get done, your bus stop gonna get done.
And water.
And coming to water. And your water is already improving, and we are doing significant work to resolve the water issue in St. Peter's and carry on to speak. And Madam Speaker, it's only less than 2 years. Imagine, imagine 7 years,
7.5.
7.5 years, no water, no road, no clinic, no bus stop. And you're talking about you did things for people of St. Peter's? The record speaks for itself. Madam Speaker, we'll also go on to the F.D. Williams Highway. Our government is also at the midpoint of negotiating additional investment initiatives, including a private fish farm development with funding from the African Bank and the construction of a performing arts center. Madam Speaker, I can also talk about the Connery Playfield. Madam Speaker, that is another issue as I go through the list of infrastructural development. Connery was promised a playfield. Do you know what the last government delivered? A white pontoon. Madam Speaker, I'm speaking the truth. If you go to Connery, you will see the white pontoon on the field. That is supposed to be the changing room. It's supposed to be the bathroom. And it is supposed to be the spectators' area as well. There's a white container just thrown down there, like a white elephant, Madam Speaker. Neglected, Madam Speaker. When they said the people in Connery need land, they said they can't find no land. Well, how can we find land in Connery now, Madam Speaker? To the point where we are now building one of the model homes right on the main road. All of that in less than 2 years. And they had 7 years to do that. And so the people of Connery did not benefit from the previous government, even though they had showed their support in the past for that government. No field, hardly any houses, hardly any infrastructural development. And so you ask yourself, so what was the representation about? Madam Speaker, we are changing that. And I want to say to the people of Connery, we slowed down a bit because we consulted with the Connery community and they wanted some changes to the plan as to what we're going to construct there. Those changes were accepted and we had to go back to the whole process again. And therefore, Connery will get its pavilion area. They will also get their houses, Madam Speaker. We are going to help to transform Connery. They deserve it, Madam Speaker. They were taken for granted for too long a time, and that is why they voted for me in the last election, because they got fed up of the promises and no delivery, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to also say we have also in 2024, we will implement the final phase of the airport rehabilitation project, which comprises the resurfacing of the apron at the RLB International Airport. These works are expected to be completed within a 3-month period and will help to reinforce the integrity of the operations at the airport. Will be completed. Oh my God. Madam Speaker, I'm caught off guard. I'm talking 3 months, and this is going to be completed by weekend, Madam Speaker. Let's thank the Minister. Henderson. Oh my God, yes. So I have them right here, you know, but I'll got you them. Some big news here, and we will announce them. Thank you. I have it right here. Because this is a government that is working. Our sustainable island state agenda accepted on the international stage, recognized by serious countries. And we have more announcements of what we have achieved as a country in such a short time. Just by having that accepted is a great achievement already, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, and so we spoke about the airport, and that resurfacing and rehabilitation will help the operations at the airport. As we move to position the Federation as a premier tourism destination, approval has been granted for Inter-Caribbean Airways to build a hangar at RLB International Airport. The hangar will provide office space for the airline's team as well as mobile mechanical services for the aircrafts. Construction of a hangar at the RLB International Airport is an important step in positioning St. Kitts-Nevis as a base for airline operations. Madam Speaker, we are advancing. It's time we have a hangar at RLB. This is how we are going to create a sustainable island state and advance tourism. Madam Speaker, based on our proposal for the 2024 capital estimates, we are recommending that the Honorable House grants approval for capital investment in the region of $205 million, of which approximately $130 million will contribute directly to the construction sector. Madam Speaker, this is action behind the words. We want our construction people back to work. When our construction people are working, the whole country is working. Because the lady who sells she marby and she half with she can go to a construction site and make her money as well. The construction worker need to buy school uniform as well. And so when we see that development is taking place, we clearly understand that the country is moving forward. We expect that these investments will not only spur growth in the economy and create jobs, but bring the added benefits of significantly enhancing the competitiveness and the resilience of our country. Madam Speaker, I can say there are other infrastructural developments to take place, and the ministers, as they speak, will speak about them as well. Madam Speaker, housing and human settlement. I would want to say, Madam Speaker, I would like to say, Madam Speaker, that they're telling me I need to speed up. I'll speed up. So housing and human settlements. Madam Speaker, we are marching forward with our plans for the sustainable development of housing and human settlements in our federation. Our policies are sound and substantially connected to the goals we want to achieve. When we took the decision to offer a reduced value-added tax rate of 13% to first-time homeowners or existing homeowners who are seeking to renovate their homes, we were deliberately targeting our mandate to make home ownership more accessible and equitable to a broader range of individuals and families, Madam Speaker. We also made a link with the need to stimulate the construction sector. The St. Kitts-Nevis Labour Party administration announced its intention to build 2,400 smart homes over the next 4 years. Today, we are well on the way.  'to fulfill our promise to the people. As we are aware, the St. Kitts-Nevis Labour Party administration announced its intention to build 2,400 smart homes over the next 4 years. Today, we are well on the way to fulfill our promise to the people. As we are aware, the St. Kitts-Nevis Labour Party administration announced its intention to build 2,400 smart homes over the next 4 years. Today, we are well on the way The government and the National Housing Corporation entered a partnership earlier this year with East Coast Housing Development Limited, a regional company based in Trinidad, to construct a number of homes. Several local contractors have already benefited from training in the new construction techniques employed by this developer. An additional training will be offered to enable more local contractors to participate during construction phase of the project. You're already seeing that, Madam Speaker. In 2024, residents can expect to see the ramping up of housing construction activities across the island of St. Kitts-Nevis. Madam Speaker, we are serious when it comes to housing. During 2023, NHC continued to implement its regular housing programs and assisted 35 individuals in the construction of 2- and 3-bedroom homes. In 2024, the NHC will construct an additional 62 2-bedroom homes at an estimated cost of easy $13.5 million. These homes will be specifically built for low-income families and differently abled citizens, Madam Speaker. The NHC is also committed to improving the living conditions of the residents of West Street and East Street. In September of this year, the corporation completed the relocation of the remaining persons who resided at the West Street apartment block. The old buildings were demolished, and construction of the first apartment building will commence in the first quarter of 2024. After the completion of the building on West Street, this I'm going a little too fast, the NHC will commence the demolition of the dilapidated buildings on East Street and proceed with the construction of the new apartment complex. I want to say to the Minister of Housing, excellent work. The construction of these apartments is in keeping with our thrust to build new communities and to provide modern, energy-efficient, affordable housing for financially vulnerable citizens. The West Street and East Street housing initiatives are also in line with the government's urban revitalization mandate, which is in line with SDG 11, the creation of sustainable cities and communities. Madam Speaker, Minister of Housing is working. When it comes to tourism, Madam Speaker, the tourism industry, when nurtured, can help to reduce poverty, stir entrepreneurship, and stimulate the economy, thereby supporting our attainment of Sustainable Development Goal number 2, which says no poverty, and Sustainable Development Goal 8, which says decent work and economic growth. I am pleased to report that the tourism sector has made significant progress despite global challenges, and our people are once again reaping the benefits of this vital industry. Over the past year, we have taken bold actions to reshape our tourism offerings and set the industry on a more sustainable footing. The notable actions taken, Madam Speaker, to this date includes increasing international and regional airlift capacity, improving and diversifying our product and service offerings, and building a foundation to transform St. Kitts and Nevis into a year-round tourism destination. Madam Speaker, the rebound in the cruise sector was notable as we welcomed 772,528 passengers by the end of the 2022-2023 season, an increase of 97.8% over the previous year. The Minister deserves a round of applause, Madam Speaker. This is a direct result of the exceptional work done by the Minister of Tourism and her team in re-engaging the cruise lines to ensure that our Twin Island Federation is seen as a valuable destination. In order to sustain this recovery, we have prioritized improving our destination standards and enhancing customer service. In preparation for the 2023-2024 season, the Ministry of Tourism provided training to over 1,200 individuals across 11 tourism-related service areas, such as hair braiders, primate petting vendors, taxi and tour operators, certified drivers, and water sports operators. Madam Speaker, the urgency of responding to climate change is shared by our cruise industry. Our partners in that industry are concerned. The world has changed and we need to adapt in order for our destination to remain competitive. We have observed changes in cruise itineraries as the cruise lines set sail for shorter voyages at lower speeds in order to minimize their carbon emissions to avoid penalty as required by the carbon intensity indicator implemented by the International Maritime Organization. This, compounded by the continued decrease in home porting in San Juan, has resulted in decrease in the estimated number of ship arrivals for the season. But this is what is important, Madam Speaker. This does not necessarily mean that the actual number of cruise visitors would be less, as a number of larger ships are scheduled to call at our port, Madam Speaker. And we are expecting the largest ship, and I'm sure the Minister will also speak to that. Our tourism team is already at work, Madam Speaker, exploring possible avenues for innovation, rejuvenation, and diversification within the sector to ensure that we remain on a path to sustainable tourism expansion. We are currently exploring the feasibility of introducing renewable sources of shore power to meet the needs of the cruise lines while they are docked at our port. This would add value and give St. Kitts and Nevis a comparative advantage among its peers. Innovation, Madam Speaker. Throughout 2023, we were able to increase the accessibility of the destination by strengthening both regional and international airlift capacity, leading to a remarkable 52% surge in total air arrivals compared to the same period in 2022, Madam Speaker. The United States held the #1 spot as our primary source market, constituting 71% of total arrivals in 2023, while the Caribbean market surged to reclaim its position as the second largest at 15%, followed by the UK at 10% and Canada at 4%. We are marching forward with the efforts to rebuild the Caribbean market by increasing the travel options for our visitors. Madam Speaker, our accomplishments were reinforced by a series of strategic initiatives, including the introduction of Inter-Caribbean Airways, with thrice weekly direct flights from Barbados in March, and the initiation of Caribbean Airlines services from Port of Spain and Barbados via Antigua in July. Of course, there's more work to be done, but we are encouraged by the fact that the introduction of these new services is helping to address the long-standing challenge of ease of access faced by our destination over the years. All of this done in less than a year and a half, Madam Speaker. In addition, the commencement of the highly anticipated year-round JetBlue service 3 times per week from JFK was a huge accomplishment for us. Further, American Airlines added flights for the 25th edition of the St. Kitts Music Festival and added double daily flights for the peak travel in August and September of this year. The United Airlines service was extended from December to April to November to August. Additionally, airlift capacity from Canada initially expanded by an impressive 66%, Madam Speaker, along with adding additional Friday flights. We should also note that in addition to the above expansions, Air Canada also added a second Friday flight to the destination for the holiday season. Madam Speaker, I want to emphasize the fact that this second flight was based on demand for our destination, Madam Speaker. We are buzzy, not busy, buzzy, buzziest, and I'm sure the Minister would agree with me. We are building up the tourism profile of our country, Madam Speaker. Just in Nevis, they said they had some boats over there, nearly 5 of them, from the cottage, the boutique side of things. Madam Speaker, I want to extend congratulations to the team at the St. Kitts Tourism Authority as they celebrate their 20th anniversary this year. I want to place on record our government's appreciation to all those who contributed to the development of the authority and the tourism industry over the years, Madam Speaker. The Tourism Authority was created with a mandate to develop and market the tourism product of St. Kitts. Over the past year, we have refined our marketing strategy with more emphasis placed on public relations and further building brand awareness. And there's a past Minister of Tourism in our audience here with us, Dwyer Astafan. I must also state in this Honorable House that due to our robust marketing plan, the destination has once again garnered the attention of the international tourism community. Madam Speaker, I want to say, notably in 2023, and I want to take this opportunity to highlight the Minister of Tourism and her team, the Honorable Marsha Henderson. We should put our hands together for her. Madam Speaker, this year she suffered an illness. She has recovered. As you know, I went to the hospital, I would not move until she was okay. I took off the Prime Minister hat and put on the doctor hat at that time, as we say in local parlance. But I would like to say that she and her team, they have worked tremendously hard, and to have achieved all of this in that short time, of course, speaks to that reality. And I want to announce the Caribbean Journal has announced the Caribbean Travel Awards for 2024. Minister, did we receive the award? Okay, good. So the minister will speak to that, but at least I can say we are in the ranking. The Honorable Marsha Henderson. Minister, I see another one here. Is this correct? The Honorable Marsha Henderson has been named Caribbean Tourism Minister of the Year. Wow. The Honorable Marsha Henderson has been named Caribbean Tourism Minister of the Year. With all these achievements that this ministry has achieved under her leadership with a competent team, both from the authority side and the ministry side, and the support she gets from her colleagues in cabinet to do well, she has done exceedingly well. Honorable Marsha Henderson has been named Caribbean Tourism Minister of the Year. That sounds sweet. I want to also announce here, Madam Speaker, and so that Sunset Reef has been named, it has been completed, has been named Sustainable Hotel of the Year, Madam Speaker. Wow. I will tell you a little bit, and I'm pressed for time, but Sunset Reef, when I met the owner and I saw his vision, I told him we want to make Sunset Reef a model. A model. I would say today that Sunset Reef is negative carbon print. They use geothermal, meaning the heat from the rooms turn it into electricity to power the ACs to cool the rooms. Nothing down there comes from the grid. Most of it, if not all of it, come from just having sustainable energy. We partnered on another pilot. We brought in to St. Kitts and we gave him all the concessions. A new type of high-performing capacitor. Instead of using heavy metal for a storage for renewable energy, the technology has advanced to these type of capacitors. And so St. Kitts-Nevis has one of them. And so it's going to come online. And if that is proven to work, I can say in the Caribbean, St. Kitts-Nevis is the first place to have that type of technology. But it will not stop there, Madam Speaker. That technology will be extended to the people of St. Kitts-Nevis. When we say we are going to develop the model of a sustainable island state, we are serious people. Sustainable tourism, sustainable agriculture, sustainable whatever. We are going to create the model here in St. Kitts-Nevis. And this is demonstrative of this. So even in the renewable area, we are making strides, and I will speak a little bit more. But I'll continue, Madam Speaker. And so this recognition that the recognition that I've spoken about serves as a substantial affirmation of the quality of our destination's offerings and experiences, and positions us at the forefront among other Caribbean destinations. In addition, for the second year in a row, as I've said, the destination was bestowed, and I will clear this with the Minister of Tourism, as one of the Caribbean's leading dive destination. Has that been awarded? So I want to say, it's now confirmed, the destination has been bestowed the honor of the Caribbean's leading dive destination by the World Travel Awards. Furthermore, in 2023, as I've just said, Sunset Reef did not only win, but was included in Condé Nast Travelers' esteemed hot list for the year. So while the Minister of Tourism will provide much more details on the recent developments at the airport and so forth, I am pleased to share with you that some notable changes will be introduced shortly at the RLB International Airport. Travelers will enjoy an improved experience as we have started the process of switching to the common use terminal equipment system. Our current system locks airline into using a particular counter, and this no longer meets the requirements of our expanded airlift situations. Plans are also in place to further improve the speed of check-in process by installing kiosks at strategic points in the terminal. Additionally, screens will be erected throughout the terminal to display flight arrivals, departures, and gate information. We will continue to explore ways to further improve the efficiency of operations at our ports so that in the coming years, our ports will be transformed to align with our vision for a sustainable island state. Madam Speaker, we are hard at work and on the move to entrenching tourism as a solid pillar of our sustainable island state agenda. Madam Speaker, I'll move on now to industrial and enterprise development. In a world of heightened uncertainty and mounting risk for small states like ours, we must continually seek to expand and diversify our economy and reduce over-reliance on any one industry, Madam Speaker. This is an important tenet for the Sustainable Island State Agenda, which identifies sustainable industry as one of its strategic pillars. The delay in jobs recovery in the manufacturing sector can be traced to the closure of factories during the pandemic years. The closures have significantly impacted employment in this sector. The manufacturing sector has played an important role in creating jobs and expanding our export capacity. We are therefore actively seeking investments in renewable energy components and other type of activity at the industrial site. We are hopeful that our efforts will bear fruit in the near future. Madam Speaker, it's challenging, but we have a number of things in the pipeline. The development and adoption of national standards is essential for the advancement of the productive sectors. Our government therefore continues to work to strengthen the national quality infrastructure of the country. This is necessary to promote trust in trade relationships, provide assurance with regard to the quality of products and services, promote safety and reliability, and reduce barriers to trade and trade disputes. The Bureau of Standards continues to improve its capacity to deliver the highest quality service in food, water, and environmental testing and monitoring compliance of the related standards and regulations. Critically important, Madam Speaker. As part of an ongoing project with the Caribbean Development Bank, the Chemistry and Microbiology Laboratory will significantly upgrade its capacity to identify pesticide residue in food products and to conduct cannabis testing, Madam Speaker, through the acquisition of a gas chromatograph mass spectrometer in 2024. For the first time, this will provide the Federation with the level of testing and assurance required for export to EU ports, Madam Speaker. This is a precursor to the Chemistry and Microbiology Laboratory seeking ISO 9001 certification in 2024, Madam Speaker. We are advancing. The Bureau was very instrumental in assisting the Carib Brewery to attain international accreditation. Earlier this year, I was pleased to participate, Madam Speaker, in the ceremony where the Carib Brewery was officially recognized as an ISO 22,000 certified company. Madam Speaker, congratulations again to Carib Brewery, a leading manufacturer of beverages in the region. Madam Speaker, let us put our hands together for the Carib Breweries. This is a tremendous achievement. I want to say here, do you know that the breweries, I think, work 24 hours now, or close to that? Do you know they sell more products outside of St. Kitts than in St. Kitts? And do you know they even ship products to Trinidad? That is because they now have the support of the Bureau of Standards to help them to attain this type of certification, which allows them to expand, of course, their markets. The point of me presenting this information here today is to confirm to the public that some very important developments are taking place to assist businesses to gain access to markets outside of the Federation. We also recognize the potential of these accomplishments to fuel our march towards a sustainable island state, in particular, achieving the sustainable industry pillar. Madam Speaker, everything we do is leading us to create a sustainable island state. Nothing is done ad hoc, strategic. It is planned, and it is carried out by competent people. Madam Speaker, we are determined to develop the small business sector as well, so that it can become the backbone of our economy. The Ministry of Small Business and Entrepreneurship plays a pivotal role in realizing St. Kitts and Nevis's vision of a sustainable island state. The new strategic focus of the ministry is to prepare small businesses to lead the charge for long-term economic growth while contributing significantly to environmental sustainability and social inclusion. By fostering innovation, providing tailored support to our small businesses, and aligning with global sustainability principles, we aim to position St. Kitts and Nevis as a leader in sustainable entrepreneurial growth in the Caribbean. This ain't just words, Madam Speaker. This is action that will really be done. We envision a vibrant entrepreneurial ecosystem that serves as the backbone for our economic transformation and the achievement of the SDGs. Special focus will be placed on SDG 8, which says decent work and economic growth, and SDG 12, responsible consumption and production. Madam Speaker, by integrating these goals into the ministry's strategic plan, we aim to build an economy that thrives on innovation and sustainable business practices. Madam Speaker, the creative economy. The creative economy has been identified domestically and regionally as a growth area with enormous potential to contribute to economic growth and diversification and sustaining livelihoods, particularly for our youth. To this end, the Department of Creative Economy was successfully launched in July 2023 with its campaign dubbed Project Transform. The minister is here, hard-working minister developing the creative economy. One of the central objectives of the department is to raise the standard of skills of the creatives through a range of training and career advancement programs, mentorship initiatives, and collaboration with industry leaders. Madam Speaker, we can see how the creative economy is galloping and developing very fast. And therefore, this is really achieving what we intend for it to achieve. So our government views the creative industry as an important driver of economic growth, job creation, and innovation. We are therefore proposing that the Ministry of Sports and the Creative Economy be allocated a total of 23.1 million to support the work of various arms of the ministry. In pursuing the development of the creative economy space, some attention would also be focused on our intangible culture. More specifically, for the support of the creatives, the 2024 estimate proposes the establishment of a National Creative Arts Fund that will offer between 2,000 and 1,500 grant assistance to qualifying applicants. The fund is designed to stimulate growth in the creative economy through three distinct offerings. 1, the technical aid grant. 2, the product development grant. And 3, the product advancement grant. Madam Speaker, this is the first time this is happening in St. Kitts-Nevis, and we are taking the creative economy very seriously, as it can be a part of our economic advancement and help us to establish the sustainable island state. Madam Speaker, you know a lot of people sing around here, a lot of people dance around here. They should be given the opportunity to explore their talents and develop themselves. Not everybody wants to sit down behind a desk. Not everybody wants to probably work in construction. People want to sing, people want to dance, people want to do different things, and therefore we must help our people to do this, because the orange economy or the creative economy is going to become the pillar of advancement. 1 minute to say something here. The scientist, a great scientist, was asked. He is at the university, I think it's the State University of New York. What will be the most important commodity in the future from his prediction? He said scientifically, he thinks that man will solve the energy issue. And therefore, our material needs will be easily met. And energy will become extremely cheap, and everything that comes with it. This is his prediction. So they asked him what will be of high value. He said, the creative arts. That, he said, is where it's heading. Well, if he's predicting that, even if he doesn't go to that extent, he's already predicting and know as well that this aspect is developing very quickly. And therefore, we must take heed and develop our creative arts area. The Calypsonian is here.
But you?
Yes. I hear the member from number 4 used to sing. He was at a music festival one time. 3 times a music festival. I don't know if anybody on the other side used to sing or dance. There you go. And I know somebody on the other side love carnival. Some more carnivals to go too. Madam Speaker, our nation's economic prosperity hinges on the robustness of our citizenship by investment program. I want to speak to this, Madam Speaker, a cornerstone of Kitts-Nevis identity. Since taking office in August of 2022, the St. Kitts-Nevis Labour Party administration has ushered in transformative innovations, reinforcing the program's integrity and aligning it with the highest standards for citizenship, Madam Speaker. We don't take this lightly at all. Collaborating with international partners, we have proactively fortified the CBI against future risks, embodying a commitment to strategic vision over complacency. Madam Speaker, the CBI program will continue to be a major factor in attracting foreign direct investment into our country. We anticipate that investors will capitalize on the recent changes to the CBI program, particularly the real estate option, which is now set at the minimum investment of $400,000. Since the changes to the real estate option, the St. Kitts Investment Promotion Agency has witnessed renewed interest from developers involved in the construction of hotels, condominiums, and villas, including those with stalled or incomplete projects. To this end, Skipper is collaborating with some of our existing developers through its Discover the Opportunities campaign, which is a marketing initiative that is designed to attract investment funds to complete these projects. Madam Speaker, as stewards of this vital program, Madam Speaker, we have introduced stringent regulations, including mandatory application interviews and the Sustainable Island State contribution, enhancing due diligence and directing CBI funds towards our agenda of renewal. This holistic approach, coupled with the Sustainable Island State agenda, is not merely economic, Madam Speaker. It is a commitment to improving citizens' lives, from investments in education and resilient infrastructure to driving the green energy transition. Our CBI program is a catalyst for tangible, positive change. And as we navigate this path, we remain steadfast, Madam Speaker, in prioritizing the people of St. Kitts-Nevis, safeguarding the precious value of citizenship, and fulfilling the expectations placed upon us by our international allies and our citizens alike. In leading our nation, the St. Kitts-Nevis Labour Party administration will hold true to the principles of sustainability, freedom, and unwavering commitment to a premium standard of citizenship. Madam Speaker, this program must be protected at all costs. We must all work to protect it. This needs a national effort. That is why it behooves me when you see your own people lying on the program, undermining the program, Madam Speaker. Very sad. That is why when we were in opposition, we were careful with what we said about the program. Careful. Because this goes beyond party politics. This is a national issue, just as geothermal is a national issue. There are things we can play politics with, but there are others that we should protect as nationals of St. Kitts-Nevis. This is one of them, Madam Speaker. And I'm appealing to those who know better to do better and stop for petty politics, seek to undermine such an important industry. Madam Speaker, marching forward to a sustainable human development and social protection, I will speak to social development. It is our firm belief, my firm belief, that attaining our goal of a sustainable island state goes hand in hand with building an inclusive and equitable society where every citizen participates and benefits from the development process and no one is left behind. They are the commitments we have made as part of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Our St. Kitts-Nevis Labour Party administration will not rest until every citizen is empowered with the means and tools to climb the socio-economic ladder of our society and enjoy an acceptable standard of living. It is not by coincidence, Madam Speaker, that social protection features as one of the 7 pillars of our sustainable island state agenda. We intend to ensure that the social dimension is kept at the fore in all our development activities. Our citizens come first, Madam Speaker. The decision last year to return the Poverty Alleviation Program to the Ministry of Social Development and Gender Affairs has resulted in some notable successes. Over the course of this year, connections were made with the Ministry of Small Business and Entrepreneurship. This is an initial step to introducing beneficiaries of the PAP to the idea of using entrepreneurship as a means of creating employment and improving their lot in life, Madam Speaker. At the same time we give this support, we want to teach our people to fish as well. That is how you really break the poverty cycle. Collaboration was also established with the Ministry of Employment and Labor, where an employment readiness training was conducted with unemployed PAP recipients. With a much more coherent approach, we will proceed in 2024 to reform the PAP into a multi-dimensional program, aptly named LIFT. And the minister in that ministry, Iselin Philip, will speak more to it. Livelihood improvement for family transformation, LIFT. LIFT embodies the philosophy of our government to empower people, to lift them out of poverty while giving them a helping hand. We are committed to lifting people out of poverty, Madam Speaker. Lifting in this context takes both parties working together to attain a better life. So what the government wants to give is a hands up to lift our people up. Madam Speaker, I go on to say that gender equality, our SDG 5, must be mainstreamed in every facet of our social and economic development. We look at, for example, the Woman Empowerment, Employment and Financial Inclusion WIFI project, sponsored by the Taiwanese Technical Mission on behalf of the Embassy of the Republic of China, Taiwan, stands as an excellent example of sustainable investment in our women. Over the course of the last 2 years, the project has trained 255 women in business creation and provided startup grants of $3,000 to 120 female-operated owned businesses. In addition, Madam Speaker, this initiative assisted 18 AVEC staff members to attain CVQ Level 4 certification, which will enable us to expand the national capacity for regional technical certification. Madam Speaker, as we march towards achieving our sustainable island state agenda, we acknowledge that our human resource is our greatest asset. We also recognize the importance of embracing our youth and seeking out opportunities to ensure that they are given a seat at the policy-making table. Indeed, our young people must be seen as equal partners and contributors to the development of our country. Youth voices are important to bring a fresh perspective to the national dialogue and how to transform our country into a more inclusive, environmentally friendly, and a safe place to live, work, and raise a family. This year has been an exciting year for our senior citizens as I continue to speak about our social development, Madam Speaker. With the launch of 3 Seniors Day programs in the communities of St. Peter, St. Paul's, and Newtown. Seniors from these communities were offered the opportunity to learn new skills and to have new experiences. Madam Speaker, we just can't let people who are retired just sit at home with nothing to do. That is why this program is so vital in making sure that our people can live well even in retirement. in age with grace. In 2024, with dignity, same thing. In 2024, the day programs will be expanded to 3 other communities. First time we have had these day programs, Madam Speaker. And you should see, they had a prom. They had a prom.
Oh, yes, seniors prom.
I hear they had a prom king and a prom queen. They dress up. And you can see they enjoyed it. Madam Speaker, I see some of them went to the Dolphin Park. They had something at the Heroes Park. They made kite for Good Friday this year. And you can see that they're enjoying life more than they did before with this social interaction. Madam Speaker, that is why we tested it with 3 community centers. We recognize that that had a positive impact, and therefore we are expanding it. So in support of the continued work of the Ministry of Social Development and Gender Affairs, the government is proposing an allocation of $43.7 million. The sum of $2.4 million is being earmarked to advance the implementation of capital initiatives which include the upgrade of community centers, the construction of a new administration building to house the ministry, and the enhancement of the New Horizons Rehabilitation Center, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Minister in the Ministry, Minister Iselin Philip. When she is with our senior citizens, you can see that she's so comfortable around them, and they are so comfortable around her. Madam Speaker, they are filled with life. She's fighting for them. Life will be much better for our senior citizens. No longer we want our senior citizens locked in a room. You know, sometimes people used to lock the senior citizens in a room in the back. You carry the breakfast, lunch, dinner, and they're just waiting almost to die. What kind of existence is that? We can't afford that in St. Kitts-Nevis, and that is why we brought this innovative program, so that our senior citizens can come out again and enjoy life. Right here we have the ambassador for the Republic of Cuba, Ambassador David in English, David in Spanish. And in Cuba, when I was there studying, I remember there used to be centers where the senior citizens used to go. And sometime in my off days, I used to go to some of these centers. I learned from the senior citizens how to play chess and how to dance a little bit of salsa. I think the chess work out better. Right in Villa Clara, Cuba, they taught me that. And that is why, since on the campaign trail in 2013, I say we need these centers. They used to look forward to it. They had live music, dancing, making this, making that, playing chess, playing all sorts of different things. And they had life. And then you come home and you say, where's Miss John? Miss John was home. Miss John only coming out when she go to church on a Sunday. Come there for her to do. I think the senior citizens went to the movies.
Yeah.
And to Nevis. First time some of them went to movies. Had popcorn, I hope you cut down on the salt in there. But they went movies. Don't know, many of them didn't know how movies look. Had a trip to Nevis. And therefore we are saying that our senior citizens need to be given the opportunity to continue to participate in the social life of St. Kitts-Nevis. Madam Speaker, I want to move on to education and skills development. Our agenda for sustainable island state emphasizes supporting human development through education. As we learn during COVID-19, digital transformation within the education sector must continue to be a top priority. This is an important part of building resilience within our country. And for our students and teachers to be equipped to compete in the modern 21st century global society, Madam Speaker. We are pleased to have received the support of the Caribbean Development Bank and the Inter-American Development Bank in the rollout of the US $4 million Enhancing Learning Continuity and Resilience project. This project enabled the Ministry of Education to purchase 3,700 laptops for distribution to teachers and students, and 4,125 tablets for student use.
Plus an additional 3,000.
But an additional 3,000 that we got from the Republic of China, Taiwan. And I want to express our gratitude. Madam Speaker, this program was introduced under the former Labour administration, and the former Prime Minister, the Honourable Dr. Denzel Douglas, is right here. That program charted a new course in the Caribbean. And then the program was stopped for whatever reason.
Because they don't care about students.
And we were told that it was a waste of money. I agree that the program was not perfect, as anything you start for the first time is never perfect. But to deprive students of devices in a 21st century when we are talking about AI, and then COVID hits, and see them start scrambling, as we say in local parlance, to find a device to get to students. Madam Speaker, I can tell you, during those 2 COVID years, we're going to see a drop-off of achievements of our students. Because I remember a mother calling me and saying, Dr. Drew, I was not the Prime Minister then, can you top up my phone? I said, well, you want me to give you a top-up? She said, well, my child has the lessons and I don't have any internet. So if I get a little bit of data, the child can do the lessons from the phone. I said, how a child can learn from a phone? So those students suffered. And that is why we took the decision that we will equip our students with devices, whether it be tablets or whether it be laptops. And I want to say that the Minister of Education, in his foresight, leadership, and innovation, said, let us give tablets to the younger ones and the computers to the older ones. And we did not stop there, because we learned from the previous program that there were errors and things to be corrected, which is, of course, natural part of introducing anything new. And we went and put lessons. Books are on the tablets. $2 million. And the books are there and the lessons are there. So a child can be home with their laptop and be practicing maths. And they get the score right there. And their teacher can see, and parents can see if the child is really working and how the child is performing. And then the teacher can take that and personalize the help for the child. So we expect education to improve significantly during this time. Madam Speaker, that's innovation. A laptop, a device has become like a book. Remember the days when you had no book at all? Then you start with what I used to call them, a slate? That's what they were called, a slate. You write and rub out, you can't get home the notes. And then after that, you get a half a book. And then you get a whole book. And then you step it up to a lot of books. But Madam Speaker, we are at the point now where a device is necessary for any student in any institution. We are moving and advancing to AI, so if your students don't have access, they will be left behind. But our students here in St. Kitts-Nevis will not be left behind. How is it people are saying there was a waste of money in St. Kitts-Nevis, but it's not a waste of money in Canada? It's not a waste of money in the United States, not a waste of money in Germany, but it's a waste of money in St. Kitts-Nevis? What kind of thing is this? And therefore, I want to say to our people, let us give our people the tools necessary for them to develop themselves. A child at 5 years old is supposed to already know how to operate an iPad, maybe a computer, some device at 5. Because if not, you are being left behind. This is a serious matter for our development, and therefore, our students must be equipped to be able to participate in the emerging economy that is based on technology. And so the device distribution process has been completed. I participated in it in Keon and in St. Peter's, ensuring that both students and teachers are ready to deploy them in the education environment early in the new year. Madam Speaker, We came to office to offer a better way, and I feel proud that we can deliver on such a hugely important mandate in such a short time. Madam Speaker, when I was delivering the iPads and I see the mothers I was delivering to, I know for sure those mothers can't afford a device. So it means, therefore, that the children coming from poorer homes would have more difficulties, and those are the ones who need more help. Madam Speaker, those who need more help, getting the least help, and we expect them to rise above their condition and situation. Cannot work. We need equity. Not equality in all things, but equity. That way we meet people, we give them the necessary tools and resources to lift themselves up. Some might require more resources than others based on the situation in life. Madam Speaker, this is going to benefit those who need it most. You know how proud those parents were that the child now have a tablet and they can do the lessons online? Some of the parents may not have had the opportunity to learn the modern things that the students have to learn. But when the students go, they can read it, understand it. If they don't understand it, they do a question. If they do the question wrong, the teacher see it. The teacher can reflect and say, look, you went wrong here and there. And then they learn more effectively, Madam Speaker. That is foresight. That is making sure that our students will have what it takes to compete in this world. So, Madam Speaker, there is no stopping us now as we march forward to fully realize the vision for digital transformation in the education system. There is no stopping us now. If I used to sing, I would have sing it. Maybe Congress, there is no stopping us now. As a matter of fact, we're also putting, we on the what? We are on the move. There is no stopping us now. As a matter of fact, I want to say that we are actually putting in the fiber optic networks, the cable to the school, so we can widen the bandwidth and students can be in school doing their lessons. So I want to say to the students, don't take on joining any gangs. You have opportunities, take advantage of them. That is why we are creating opportunities, better opportunities. And we'll have the Better Opportunity Summit in January. And I see Dr. Powell is here, and the Commissioner was here, and Dr. Rollins as well, to offer better opportunities for our people. These type of opportunities hardly exist in any other Caribbean country. And I have announcements to make, Madam Speaker. May get to them yet. Because we ain't finished. I have announcements to make, Madam Speaker. Very good. Excellent. So we're going to hear more, Madam Speaker, of innovation to make sure that our students and children get to the front of the line, or at least at the starting point, and not be left behind. Madam Speaker, with the impending closure of the TVET Enhancement Project, another CDB-funded initiative, we are bringing to a close a major initiative that has brought tremendous benefits to the TVET system in St. Kitts-Nevis. The TVET project has seen several major accomplishments over the past year. These include the completion of 2 cohorts of assessor training consisting of 20 participants each, correct? Yes. Over 90% of these participants became Caribbean Vocational Qualification, CVQ, level 4 certified in assessment. Madam Speaker, in this short time, look at what the Minister of Education has achieved. So now our people can be certified here in St. Kitts-Nevis with the CVQs and give the technical aspects of our education real life and offer opportunities for our people. Sometimes our people are here, they're not certified. Somebody else come from overseas, they are certified and they get the opportunity, and our people cannot get the opportunity. We say that that has to end, and that is why we are making sure that this is done. So I want to thank the Minister of Education for the tremendous work. Another achievement was the successful completion of a cohort of 20 participants in the area of assessment verification, Madam Speaker. Pending final assessment and verification of the participants' portfolios, St. Kitts-Nevis will have a total of 20 CVQ Level 4 certified assessment verifiers who would be able to qualify, assure the TVET assessment system. Madam Speaker, right here, they will be here. Over the past year, we also completed the construction of a 2-story, 6-classroom building equipped with a state-of-the-art audio-visual smart classroom at AVEC. AVEC is not going to be left behind and be seen as an institution where dumb people. That is not going to happen. AVEC has to be an institution where people see life can be derived. They can advance themselves and get the necessary training, certification, and work here in St. Kitts-Nevis and abroad, being properly trained. Madam Speaker, with the reconstitution of the TVET Council, which has been dormant for a number of years, we have seen the approval and implementation of a TVET quality assurance system that is fully capable of ensuring that we can train and certify the nation's workforce, thereby fulfilling our mandate to provide a highly skilled and certified workforce. With the offering of the National Vocational Qualification of St. Kitts and Nevis, the first cohorts of trainees seeking the National Vocational Qualification began training at AVEC in September 2023 in commercial food preparation and cosmetology. Madam Speaker, advancement, telling our people, everybody doesn't have to be a lawyer or doctor. Maybe you want to be a skilled person, and those fields make money, Madam Speaker. I'm telling you. And therefore, we want to say to our people, you have choices. You can choose the academic way, the sports way, the creative economy way, or the technical vocational way. But you must choose something that is positive. Our people have opportunities, our young people have opportunities, and we want them to take advantage of these opportunities. We are going to invest in our young people so that it can never be said in St. Kitts and Nevis that those who don't take advantage of opportunities is because they are lack of opportunities. No. We have a lot of opportunities here for our people, and we'll keep expanding the opportunities because better opportunities is always what the Labour administration from its inception in 1932 want for our people. It is being proposed that in 2024 the Ministry of Education is allocated a budget totaling $179 million. These resources will support fiber optic upgrades and bandwidth expansion to our secondary schools. Our government have made the decision to provide free access to students at Clarence Fitzroy Bryant College. Madam Speaker, I have spoken about this free college here in St. Kitts and Nevis. And we are cognizant of the increased interest of our people at all ages in receiving a quality education. As a result, it has become necessary to increase the number of lecturers to address the growing demand. I love to hear that there's increased demand for college education. Our young people should be given the opportunity to be educated. Therefore, the proposed allocation will also support the recruitment of culinary arts, science, business, and mathematics lecturers. In reference to capital expenditures, it is proposed that the Ministry of Education be allocated $10.6 million. These resources will continue the critical work to upgrade or reconstruct educational infrastructure while supporting the continued development in curriculum and technological access. Major initiatives that will be pursued in 2024 include the supporting learning continuity in vulnerable population, the upgrade of school bathrooms, the reconstruction of the Joshua Obadiah Williams Primary School, the secondary school electrical upgrade, Phase 1, the Washington Archibald High School bathroom roof and window renovation, and the technical and vocational education and training enhancement projects. Priority will also be given to the purchase of furniture for our various schools and the Enhanced Education Network project. The Charles E. Mills Secondary School will be the first institution to benefit under the Secondary School Electrical Upgrade Project in 2024. Of course, Madam Speaker, in 2024, we will see the long-awaited reconstruction of the Bastia High School move apace. Already this year, we have started the demolition of the old structures and commenced the process for site mapping and the completion of draft conceptual design. Madam Speaker, 7 years, $21 million, and not one brick laid. I don't understand that. I am trying to fathom how that occurred. $21 million and not one brick laid. Well, what you could do with $21 million? A lot. So what happened to the $21 million? We're gone. He gone just so. I mean, even if you didn't do everything, but I could have seen something to say that it justified at least something of the $21 million. But $21 million and not a brick laid. Oh, you can't get worse than that. Can't get worse than that. Madam Speaker, I must say that the future for education in this country is indeed bright. And it can only get brighter as we achieve success in rolling out the big investments being made by our St. Kitts-Nevis Labour Party administration. Madam Speaker, I want to wrap up this by saying that from its inception, the St. Kitts-Nevis Labour Party was determined that every person in St. Kitts and Nevis must have access to quality education. That is why the party introduced comprehensive secondary education in the 1960s. Some countries in the Caribbean don't have that yet. We are light years ahead, and that is why we have to take it further. Free college, devices in school, access to internet and so forth. We want to make sure that our young people have full access to top quality education. We will not compromise that. And with that, I want to thank the Minister of Education, of course, Dr. Jeffrey Hanley, member for number 1, for his excellent work that he has been doing in education. Of course, a great deal of achievements in a short space of time. Imagine, you know, nothing done for the Bastille High School in 7 years. And in less than a year and a half, we have demolished the old structure and getting ready now to put in a new structure. And a whole election was centered around illnesses at the Bastille High School. It leaves me very confused. If you thought that the Bastille High School, something was wrong there, you ask people to vote out the government based on that. $21 million and not a block laid. Madam Speaker, maybe if they didn't spend the $21 million, it would not have been so deeply concerning to me. I might just say, well, they're incompetent, but at least the money there. Let's do something now. Madam Speaker, $21 million. I'll deal with it in the wrap-up, Madam Speaker, because I have the records. Madam Speaker, I am truly excited and encouraged about the prospects for upgrading the healthcare system in our country. We have embarked on a deep and systematic assessment of the weaknesses and challenges in the healthcare delivery. We have also commenced the process of implementing holistic reforms to foster an adaptive, responsive, resilient, and equitable health system for the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. To be clear, our intention is to raise the standard of healthcare in our federation to a level which can attain accreditation in line with international standards. This is where we must go if we are to achieve a sustainable island state, and our commitments on the SDG 3, good health and well-being, by 2030. The Ministry's strategic plan for health remains its guiding framework, outlining a transformative program to enhance healthcare outcomes and reduce disparities. In 2023, with the assistance from PAHO, the Ministry has commenced a comprehensive review of its essential public health functions, forming the basis for updating the strategic plan for health in 2024. The Ministry is committed to aligning its agenda with the National Sustainable Island State Agenda, ensuring a smart and resilient health sector. The primary strategic goal is therefore to empower individuals and families to take charge of their own health. Simultaneously, the plan aims to strengthen the fundamental components of the national health system to enhance health outcomes. Madam Speaker, in line with our people strategy, we are committed to human resource development and providing the right opportunities to bolster the morale and performance of our dedicated health workers. In April, We added to the medical staff 2 internal medicine specialists at JNF, and at this point, a neurologist and a biomedical engineer, signifying a major leap forward in the provision of specialist services and our accreditation efforts, Madam Speaker. The addition of this world-class expertise was made possible through our long-standing diplomatic relations, Madam Speaker, with Cuba. And the ambassador is here. Ambassador David Rivero Perez, who was pivotal in making this a reality. Madam Speaker, the Ambassador David, works very hard. He understands what we are seeking to achieve. And sometimes I think if he's a Kitts-Nevis, because he really wants us to be successful. Madam Speaker, in just short time, he got us two internists, a neurologist, 1 in the biomedical field, in short order, taking us to having the highest number of specialists we have ever had at JNF in its history. And it's because of Cuba's cooperation in training professionals and providing professionals that we need. I think Cuba deserves a round of applause. Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you. And on behalf of the people of St. Kitts-Nevis, we want to say thanks to the government and people of Cuba for the tremendous support and helping us to achieve our sustainable island state agenda. Please convey our thanks and appreciation. And so, Madam Speaker, we have also at the hospital, the expansion of healthcare services in our institution is pivotal in our ongoing transformation of the healthcare system. Our government is steadfast in its commitment to providing the highest standard of care to all our citizens and residents. In May of this year, the Ministry of Health took a significant step towards addressing the healthcare needs of our citizens, with the addition of 15 dialysis machines. The much-needed life-saving medical equipment was donated by the St. Joseph's Hospital in Ontario, Canada, and Mr. Charles Estridge, a St. Kitts-Nevis national and biotechnical technologist, is biomedical technologist residing in Canada in collaboration with Mr. Garrett Payne. And I dare say Mr. Austin Edinburgh, advisor from our end, was pivotal in making those links. And I want to thank all of them. Madam Speaker, it was strange to me when I hear people criticizing the dialysis machine from this prestigious hospital. Strange. How can you criticize equipment to save lives? Before these machines came, we had 8 machines at the hospital. The machines were under pressure. They had to cut people's dialysis treatment from 3 times a week to twice per week, which means your chances of death increases and it shortens your lifespan because you're getting 1/3 of the treatment that you really require, Madam Speaker. And we saw increased deaths, Madam Speaker. I did not go out there and talk about it because I did not want to bring politics to that basic level, as some are doing now. And when you see you get 15 machines, which means people can get the 3 times weekly treatment. Machines can rotate in and out, taking pressures off of one machine, which means its life will be lengthened. Mr. Estridge came down with a professional team from Canada. All they said, just give us room and board, not $1 they asked for. And you have people in this country criticizing that? A national who lives in Canada donating back to his country? As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, I know that the lifespan of our patients will increase because of these machines. So when I go there and I talk to the nurse manager, Nurse Francis, she has machines resting, and she has machines and she can rotate them out. And so I want to say to our people, man, criticize, but know what to criticize. These are people who have dedicated themselves to helping St. Kitts-Nevis, and to be dragging institutions of good repute name through the mud over petty politics is no way correct, Madam Speaker. So we recognize, Madam Speaker, the importance of specialized training for our medical personnel. Thus, the arrival of the machine was accompanied by the specialist team from Canada to impart their knowledge and expertise to enhance the capabilities of our healthcare professionals, particularly those in our hemodialysis unit. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, the ministry aspires to establish, not aspire anymore, the ministry has established a renal transplant program at the Joseph N. France General Hospital, offering the best possible care to those battling end-stage renal disease. We are well on our way in achieving this, Madam Speaker. That deserves a round of applause. And I want to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Hakim, a professor in London, Cleveland, London, and Imperial College London, who is a specialist in renal transplant. And I am going to offer this service to our OECS brothers and sisters, that if they need renal transplant, they can come into St. Kitts. We are going to convert St. Kitts into a center of excellence for renal care. Madam Speaker. So if a man down in Grenada and he needs a renal transplant, he can come to St. Kitts-Nevis and get that. And I'm encouraging the other countries to develop centers of excellence so that we share the burden, so that each country does not have to develop centers of excellence. But St. Kitts and Nevis is going to develop 2 centers of excellence, one for renal and the other for cardiac care. We're well on our way for renal, and by next year, 2024, we will establish ourselves also as an area for cardiac care. So if we do that in St. Kitts and Nevis, it means, therefore, that if other countries do it, for example, one do neurology, and next one might do dermatology, then we can move within the region at much lower cost, taking care of our people. It's about time we take care of ourselves with partnerships. We're not looking for sympathy, Madam Speaker. We are looking for partnerships. As the chair of OECS, I said I will introduce this and offer this. My term comes to an end in 6 months, and I will offer 2 centers of excellence to my brothers and sisters, to our brothers and sisters in the OECS. We are only 650,000 people. The more we do together, the more we spread the burden, is the more we will be able to thrive within the Caribbean region. So St. Kitts and Nevis has established its renal transplant program and will quickly establish itself as a center of excellence for renal care. I want to also say that we have 2 nephrologists now. We had 1 before, we have 2 now. So we have 2 nephrologists, which are the kidney doctors. We have dialysis nurses, we have a new nurse manager, new machine, we fixed the water problem. We have very experienced anesthesiologists to help when we do the renal transplant. We have contacted another center that's going to help us with the transplant in terms of study of the tissues and so forth. And we have established the protocol for the medication. St. Kitts and Nevis has established that. And we only got 53,000 people. Madam Speaker, one of the significant accomplishments by the Ministry of Health is the resumption of eye surgeries, Madam Speaker, which include cataract surgeries and procedures for diabetic retinopathy and the Joseph N. France at the Joseph N. France Hospital. This crucial medical service had been suspended for almost a year, Madam Speaker, owing to the inadequate upkeep of essential medical equipment, or I will say the breakdown, rather. To support this resumption and prioritize the well-being of the population, our government has made substantial investments. Your government has made substantial investments in brand new medical equipment to the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars. Imagine Nevis gets medical care or eye care because they have visiting doctors. What if somebody from Nevis gets an eye emergency and the visiting doctor is not there? St. Kitts is available. What if you have the visiting doctor there who can do a procedure that we may not be able to do here? They can go over to Nevis. And so we have to share the resources. But to have a federation without localized eye care. You know how much blind people were out there, Madam Speaker? We had a lot of blind people. My phone was ringing off the hook. I can't see the cataract, the diabetes in the eye, and so forth, Madam Speaker. And that is why we immediately invested in this equipment, or these equipment, so that eye surgery could have resumed. So I want to thank the staff and the doctors there at the eye clinic who have done upwards of, I think they released their numbers, and I think I got some new numbers, of 70 cataract surgery alone. And they have done much more type of surgery. And we didn't just go and try to buy the cheapest machine. I said, let us buy good machines that could last long and give the doctors a good chance to have a successful procedure, which will redound in the improvement of health for the patients. Madam Speaker, we have to know where the investments are. I'm not pretending that everything at the hospital is perfect, but I'm saying that there are significant improvements. And the complaints have cut down, but there are still some which we are working on, because we are going to get an accredited hospital even before we get the new hospital, which will start construction in 2024, Madam Speaker. And so we have invested in ophthalmic microscope, ultrasounds, cautery, which are essential for performing delicate eye surgeries. I am pleased to report that the wait time to access these essential healthcare services has been reduced from several months to just a few weeks, and the eye clinic has performed scores of surgeries since May 2023. The JDF hospital is now equipped with and I will point out some of these machines that I have here. Right, so we have bought new anesthesiology machine. Madam Speaker, that machine is the machine that when you go for surgery, they put the tube down your throat and they put you to sleep, and so it breathes for you sometimes. We needed that, and we bought 3 brand new ones, Madam Speaker. They're crucial for administering general anesthesia during medical procedures. Madam Speaker, in 2023, our government granted approval for the continuation of the construction of the MRI facility. We had to really look at that, Madam Speaker. How are we going to get the MRI facility here in St. Kitts and Nevis? I looked at it and said, this has to be a priority. We had to make changes and so forth. And then I said, we want the most up-to-date MRI machine to come into St. Kitts. And so next, in 2024, the procurement is completed, we will have our MRI machine. But I just don't want to talk about the MRI, because that is what I promised for a long time. And 7 years I couldn't deliver MRI, which was, I would say, deliberate to some extent, and I know why I say that. Nonetheless, Madam Speaker, I would also like to say that we have also purchased the most up-to-date CT scan machine, a CT scan machine, 128 slice CT scan machine. And I want to say that Nevis has one. Nevis has a 128 slice CT scan machine, which is the most advanced type of CT scan machine right now. That machine can detect heart conditions, such as blockages of arteries. That is why I say we will become a center of excellence. That first piece of equipment is to lead us to create the center of excellence. I want to thank Dr. Laws, Frank Laws, the cardiologist, Kittian, who has done tremendous work, who is working along with me and the ministry to establish this. Madam Speaker, I am saying that we are going to become the first 4-minute city in the Caribbean. What does that mean? It means that if somebody faint anywhere in Bastille, within 4 minutes, somebody who knows what they're doing will be at their side. It means we're going to train everybody in Bastille. So those who work in government headquarters are going to get training. Because training only takes an hour. You'll be surprised of just learning the basics of how much lives one can save. It might be your own family life. But the whole community has to get involved in caring for itself. So we will become the first 4-minute city. I will speak to the scientists who developed the concept. I understand the concept and we can implement it. Just like when people thought that implementing renal transplant in St. Kitts is a pipe dream, and we did it in less than a year and a half, we will implement the 4-minute city. and that is going to attract lots of people. Because when the Minister of Tourism advertises, she's going to say, come to Bastia, 4-minute city. Anything happen to you, you are cared for within 4 minutes. That will also attract tourists, believe it or not. A lot of tourists, especially the elderly, who might have conditions before they travel, they say, what does that country offer? And therefore, apart from being there for our people, which is the most important thing, we'll be able to offer it to our people as well. And so, Madam Speaker, those are some of the things that we are looking for and moving forward with. So with respect to the MRI and the CT scan, I want to say that that is where we are at, Madam Speaker. Good. Madam Speaker, the impact of climate change on health and health system is often overlooked. However, this government intends to tackle the issue head-on and build resilience early before the impacts on our healthcare system become detrimental. We are already working closely with Green Climate Fund and PAHO to establish a national climate change and health committee to improve our capacity to engage and coordinate with all stakeholders to ensure that the health sector perspectives and priorities are fully accounted for in the development of national climate change plans and strategies, Madam Speaker. Further, a climate vulnerability assessment for the health sector will commence in 2024 as the first phase in the development of a holistic climate adaptation plan for the health, focusing on protecting people, improving health system preparedness, and building climate-resilient healthcare facilities. Madam Speaker, our new climate-smart hospital that I've spoken about over and over again will serve as the flagship in our stock of physical assets as it pertains to climate adaptation initiatives. This year, we intensified engagement with the Overseas Engineering and Construction Company, OECC, from the Republic of China, Taiwan, on initiating actions to realize this timely endeavor, including the undertaking of the required environmental impact assessment and soil testing. Madam Speaker, we intend to intensify plans even further in 2024 to ensure that this soon becomes a reality. Madam Speaker, building a smart hospital is going to cost a lot, but it's serious business. With climate change and stronger storms, we need an institution that can stand up and offer our people services where they most need it, Madam Speaker, for both St. Kitts and Nevis as well. Madam Speaker, the Sustainable Island State Agenda is underpinned by an ambitious digital transformation strategy that aims to improve our collective ability to manage and utilize information for the betterment of our for the betterment of our daily lives. In line with its progressive agenda, the Ministry has initiated discussions regarding the digital transformation of the health sector. This initiative seeks to ensure equitable access to information technology for various units and patient care, facilitating informed decision-making and improve health outcomes as well. Privacy and confidentiality concerns will be addressed through the development of regulatory frameworks. With the assistance of PAHO, a human resource health electronic platform is being established. It consists of an online registration system for nurses, doctors, dentists, pharmacists, and related medical professionals, and will facilitate the development and sustainability of an urgently needed comprehensive database for health professionals. Madam Speaker, we are advancing. Looking ahead, our proposal is for the Ministry of Health to be granted a total of $79.3 million to support recurrent expenditure in 2024. This will constitute an increase of 8.2% when compared to 2023. On the capital side, we are proposing expenditure totaling 21.5 million, reflecting an increase of 4.5% over the 2023 estimates. Madam Speaker, we are investing in our health sector. Our government's unwavering commitment to enhancing healthcare services is evident through the investment in modern equipment, infrastructure, digitalization, and human resource development. We are dedicated to providing the highest quality of healthcare to our citizens and residents, and we are confident that these initiatives will lead to a healthier and more prosperous future for our nation. Madam Speaker, as I said, health is wealth, and therefore we have to make the investments necessary. But I want to say to our people that we have to take responsibility as well, to eat better, to exercise, to deal with managing our stress. These simple changes can significantly enhance our health, our personal health, our community health, and our nation's health. The reason why I'm saying this is it doesn't take, we already know what to do, but it's the will to do it. And we are making sure through different programs we will be encouraging our people to do it. I want to say that I will launch a project here in the government headquarters. It will be a revolutionary project that we will run for about 6 months. We'll give the workers, in addition to a lunch break, we're also going to give them an exercise break. The exercise break is during your working hours. So you don't need any extra time. So you have your lunch break and you choose it 2 days a week when you're going to take that hour to exercise. So you finish work at 3, but you have to exercise during that. So when you finish exercising, you go home, that's your exercise for the day. We want to see if we introduce exercise into the normal work day, if people will get healthier, if people will be more productive, and people will, of course, feel happier with their work. I believe it is possible. I believe it is so. Other data has suggested that. But we can't be left behind. We cannot be looking at the data and let other people be doing it or trying it. I don't know if others have tried it in the Caribbean. I doubt it, though. But we are going to pilot it. So I think that if we give people a chance to exercise twice per week during their work hours, so that they don't have to have added hours of exercise, that can improve the health of our people. And if it shows that, then we are innovative people. If it shows that people perform better, are healthier, happier, slimmer, all of these things, well, we're going to introduce it. We will introduce it. We are not afraid to try new things. We have to try new things. Let's say it's be the first place where you get 2 hours per week, call your exercise hours. That is embedded in your 40 hours of work. We can do that. So that is what we want to do. Madam Speaker, I move on to the other issue of law and order and citizen security. Madam Speaker, this is, of course, a critical area and a critical topic. I want to say that our government remains committed to the maintenance of law and order and safety and security of our citizens, residents, and our visitors. At this time, Madam Speaker, I pause because I want to express sympathy to the families who are hurting because of the loss of lives through violence, Madam Speaker. Mothers are hurting, families are hurting, and communities are. This should not be taken lightly, and this should not be used in a particular way. But the way that this should be used is to make sure that we do the correct things so that St. Kitts-Nevis can improve, and it will improve. Madam Speaker, I want to say that I pledge that we'll continue to work tirelessly to ensure that those who commit crimes are brought to justice. It's critical, and sustainable interventions are implemented to tackle the root cause of crime and violence in society. Madam Speaker, we understand that societal peace and stability are very important for us to achieve our sustainable island state agenda. I strongly believe that what is learned can be unlearned, and if there is early application of best practice intervention with a multi-dimensional focus, we stand a good chance of dealing with this scourge once and for all in St. Kitts-Nevis and the Caribbean. I'll speak more to that. That is why in June this year, our government commissioned a National Security Task Force to develop and manage the rollout of a new initiative that approaches crime and violence from a public health perspective. Madam Speaker, let me delve a little bit more into that. This is dealing with the issue of violence from a scientific perspective. The World Bank was commissioned early part of this century to do a study as to why interpersonal violence in the Caribbean and some parts of Latin America was high, Madam Speaker. And they came out with the causes and the solutions. They asked the countries to adopt their recommendations. Hardly any country in the Caribbean did, none that I can remember, but those in Central America and South America, there were countries that did and saw the significant benefits derived from such a program. Madam Speaker, this is an issue which is a national issue. We all have to be on board. That is why when I went to dealing with crime and violence from a public health perspective, I spoke and I said that it is time that the Caribbean does this, and St. Kitts-Nevis will be the first place to introduce this. The reason why I said that is that when you study across the Caribbean, the approaches have been superficial and non-scientific, Madam Speaker, with programs that might have some short-term gain, but in the long term put countries at risk, Madam Speaker. Look at Jamaica, that introduced the Don system, and they cannot extricate gang culture from the tapestry and the fabric of their country, Madam Speaker. Look at Trinidad. If you go to Central America, you'll recognize that those who introduced this type of system went down a road that they can't reverse easily, Madam Speaker. So why should we introduce something like that here in St. Kitts and Nevis? Why? This is a serious matter and should be taken seriously. Madam Speaker, the country needs to have a dialogue on this. And so when I hear politicians out there talking about the peace program, I cringe, Madam Speaker, because the program did not offer real solutions to those who were part of the program, but offer millions for politicians and their cronies. I have the proof and evidence, Madam Speaker. Development Bank in debt of $334 million as a result of this corrupt practice, and did not really rehabilitate anybody, Madam Speaker. So that is why I cringe, Madam Speaker. And in my wrap-up, I'll speak to it if it is touched, because it hurts me that we were heading down such a road here in St. Kitts and Nevis. Why would we adopt a program like that that had been tried and put these countries at serious risk of their development, of their democracy? Why? Why did the Development Bank have to be used as a tool to get tens of millions of dollars through a program like this into the pockets of politicians, Madam Speaker, and their close associates? When you see it, Madam Speaker, from what the audit has shown, you cringe, you can't believe this is a country where this has happened. Money leaving the bank in plastic bags. I mean, when you read it, you thought, what is I'm really reading here? This sounds like cartoon. This can't be real. What happened right here in St. Kitts and Nevis? The program was used as a conduit for people to siphon money from one area to the next. With no real rehabilitation. If you're really rehabilitated, it doesn't reverse overnight. And that is why, Madam Speaker, I will not go deeper into it, but to say that we are approaching it from a systemic issue and multidimensional, Madam Speaker. So we are making sure that there has been a marked intensification of activities as they seek to implement now the security forces' innovative crime-fighting strategies, mobilize strategic resources, and deploy new technologies, Madam Speaker, some of which I would not speak to, but you will see the impact of. Throughout the year, the police force has dramatically stepped up its operations, significantly increasing its visibility and outreach as part of its efforts to curb crime and violence. Further, in order to increase its resources, Section 10 of the Island Constables Act was activated. This permits the police force to temporarily enlist former law enforcement personnel to assist in peacekeeping endeavors in extreme circumstances or emergencies for a period of 90 days in the first instance. The police force has also upgraded its information reward system. As of June of this year, any person or persons who provide the police with information that leads to the arrest and conviction of criminals are eligible to receive a monetary reward of up to $25,000. The safety of our communities is everyone's responsibility, Madam Speaker, and therefore it is our individual and collective duty to support the police and other law enforcement agencies in their endeavors. The Ministry of National Security, Citizenship and Immigration, Madam Speaker, will make sure that we continue to build out the strategic plan. We are committed to building the human resource capacity of the security forces. I was pleased to welcome 31 new police recruits who joined course number 46 in July this year. Over half of these recruits are female, exemplifying our commitment to prioritizing gender equity within our security forces. But in order to continually enhance the capabilities of our officers, the ministry will continue to prioritize the identification of training opportunities that can be resourced to augment the skill set of officers in areas that are of critical importance to the sector. In addition, the installation of a new commissioner of police, Commissioner Sutton, and the appointment of a deputy commissioner, one that had been missing for a long time, is a testament to this administration's unwavering commitment to strengthening the leadership and administration capabilities of our police force. Our government is committed to upgrading the technological capabilities of the security forces so that they are on par with security agencies elsewhere. In May, we completed the procurement of 2 new crime scene forensic units. The vehicles have ample storage and are equipped with crime scene and general safety lighting and forensic examination equipment. The staff of the Forensic and Crime Scene Investigation Unit have undergone the training required to properly utilize, maneuver, and maintain the vehicles, Madam Speaker. It is expected that the police force will purchase additional vehicles to expand coverage to all districts across St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam Speaker, patriotism, discipline, and respect are important in achieving this. But we are extending this, of course, Madam Speaker, these values. Madam Speaker, these values are especially found in the St. Kitts-Nevis Defense Force. In line with these core tenets, the Defense Force sought to establish the St. Kitts-Nevis Cadet Corps. Hailed as a success, this venture is being pursued with the intention of providing our youth with a safe and structured space for learning outside of the classroom. The invaluable life skills training that the Cadet Corps imparts on our youth is vital for their growth and development as responsible and law-abiding citizens for our nation. In addition to learning the basic principles of paramilitary training, discipline, and integrity, the Corps engages our youth in physical activities that encourage fitness and promote good health overall. It instills in them the love of community and national service from an early age. During the upcoming year, the administration will invest the time and resources necessary to transform the Cadet Corps to maintain this valuable training and development program for our young people. Madam Speaker, in 2024, we will make sure that all of this is done. I want to stress a couple of things, Madam Speaker. In that, one, we are going to have that committee that deals with that. Two, we are transforming into the Elevate program. Three, we are strengthening the Cadet Corps. Four, we are giving our young people more opportunities, and we are having the Better Opportunity Summit in 2024. And we are making sure that the task force is established, while equipping the law enforcement officers and the apparatus with the equipment that is needed. We have expanded the City TV outreach in terms of areas that had never been covered. We have reinstituted the K9 unit. The puppies are here. They're going to be ready because that went down almost as if it was disbanded, so that can be a part. We are also introducing higher levels of technology, which we have already started to use, and we are seeing the benefits of. And Madam Speaker, another unit that is being introduced that I will not speak of at this point in time. We are partnering with the United States of America and the FBI in terms of investigation and training. The other thing that we are doing is that we are setting up in the first quarter of this year a radar system to cover St. Kitts-Nevis so that we can see any vessel that is coming to our shores. Madam Speaker, we are investing heavily because we want to get this right. We want it to be sustainable. We're not going to introduce no done system in St. Kitts-Nevis. In the long run, it destroys the fabric of the country. Sometimes it seems like an easy way out, but it's the worst direction you can go. Because it offers nothing to the country, and in the end, it really does not offer any better for the people a part of the program. And they deserve better. They deserve better and a chance as well. And therefore, we're going to deal with this from a scientific standpoint and make the necessary investments. So we're going to push and get it right so that our people can benefit from this, Madam Speaker. So I'm not going to approach this superficially or just cop out. Because when I saw what they did with that program, I cringed and hear politicians talking about it. Madam Speaker, I have the files. And I'm serious. If anybody touched that program in any type of way, I'm going to reveal. This is a serious matter. Couldn't believe that our country was going down that dark road, Madam Speaker. Dark, pitch dark. We have to get back out of that and get on a proper path. It's challenging, yes. But I would not be able to live with myself, Madam Speaker. I don't know how others live with themselves. I can't understand. And this might be the budget in which I talk more in depth on what happened with that. I did not benefit the young people or the people involved. It mostly benefit another set of people. And so, Madam Speaker, this year we have also invested more in our security officers. Madam Speaker, we want to speak to the Immigration Department. We'll proceed to implement some important changes that will lead to greater efficiency and general improvements in its operations. One such initiative is the expansion of the department's operational scope through the establishment of an immigration enforcement unit. When fully built out, this unit will have 4 categories of operation: investigation, prosecutions, field operations, and roving maneuvers. This unit will work in tandem with the St. Kitts-Nevis Defense Force, Coast Guard, and collaborate with other local law enforcement agencies as well. Madam Speaker, so we are working really to improve all of our aspects of national security. Why we want to do that? Because we know human trafficking has become an issue, Madam Speaker. We saw the boats that come into our waters from different areas, and we need to upgrade to make sure that we do not become a haven for people to do human trafficking. We want to cut that out. We are a nation that welcomes immigrants through the legal process, but through the illegal process, we have to show that we are also a nation of laws and will not accept that. Madam Speaker, digital upgrades are also scheduled for the Immigration Department, specifically to the border management system, which will be upgraded from 3rd to 4th generation software. Madam Speaker, innovation. The system includes a built-in reporting module that highlights cases of persons who might have violated our immigration laws. Madam Speaker, the upgrades also entail the commissioning of immigration kiosks at the arrival lounge of RLB International Airport. This will expedite and further decrease congestion, all while maintaining a high level of security. By the end of the first quarter in 2024, there will be 5 fully functional immigration kiosks in place at our airport. Services at the departure lounge will also benefit from the upgraded services. And we had the delay because of the company, but they have committed to deliver now. It is anticipated that the immigration department will benefit from improved operational efficiency due to the establishment of a passenger information database. This new arrangement will significantly reduce the need for immigration officers to be stationed in the department lounge. Departure lounge, sorry. Instead, the department will rely on the advanced passenger information supplied by each airline or cruise vessel destined for St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam Speaker, this 4th generation border management system is a powerful tool which will bring noticeable change to our passports, as they will now be laser readable e-passports that will no longer require a stamp. Madam Speaker, this is innovation. We are set to become the first in the Caribbean to have this level of border management system upgrade. Again, leading the way as we head towards our sustainable island state. We have to be the first in a lot of things, Madam Speaker, in order for us to establish the first sustainable island state in the Caribbean. Madam Speaker, standing as irrefutable testimony of our commitment to the principles of fairness and justice for all, we revisited the policies governing the incarceration of female offenders. Prior to August 2023, female prisoners were not allowed to leave the prison compound to participate in rehabilitative activities. As we are all aware, this has not been the case for male offenders. The St. Kitts-Nevis Labour Party administration deemed this to be an archaic policy befitting of an overhaul, and we did just that. As of August 2023, incarcerated female offenders are allowed to participate in supervised assignments and rehabilitative activities in the same manner as males. This decision has the potential to yield great benefit not only for female offenders upon release, but also for their families and communities through the opportunities to learn new skills, Madam Speaker. This is also consistent with our overall effort to reduce recidivism and promote acquisition of decent work. Madam Speaker, as we go on, technology has transformed the legal landscape in various ways, making the administration of justice more efficient, accessible, and transparent. The Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court, recognizing the power of technology, launched the electronic litigation portal in the Magistracy Department. The portal was launched in March 2023 and enables litigants to file documents from anywhere in the world. Madam Speaker, 2024 is expected to be a year of further improvements in the administration of justice, and the Minister of Justice is here. This will incorporate infrastructure, technology, capacity building, access to justice, and ambitious legal reforms. These efforts will lay the groundwork for a just society, enabling our sustainable island state promise to take hold. Madam Speaker, with this I want to thank the Minister of Justice, the AG, for his tremendous work in this area. He deserves a round of applause, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, to engage and coordinate the relevant stakeholders. Madam Speaker, we now move on to our energy. And the Minister of Energy just highlighted that to me. I think we are coming to the end soon. Yes, we're coming to the end soon. Madam Speaker, investments in energy security of our country are ongoing. The recent prolonged period of heat waves, which is on record to have exceeded the 90th percentile of the region's historical temperature range, has increased the pressure on the electricity grid to meet the energy demands of consumers. As a result, the central government assisted the St. Kitts electricity company, Fiscal, to acquire two 2-megawatt Caterpillar gensets to strengthen the generating capacity. In addition to the infrastructure activities, Fiscal will invest in a new state-of-the-art smart metering system. The shift to the new system will begin with a nationwide installation of smart meters in 2024, which will change the way electricity is supplied to consumers. With this new system, customers will be required to pay in advance through a top-up system. That's an option, similar to the mobile telephone service. On the Fiscal end, the new system will assist in the management of power distribution as well as improve collections. It would also help to safeguard the financial viability of the company, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, for some time now, we have been hearing about establishing a solar energy plant in the Bastia Valley. Well, I can confirm, and the Minister of Energy will also confirm when he speaks, that this administration has successfully renegotiated the agreement to bring it in line with our ambitions of becoming a sustainable island state, and we are on the cusp of signing off. We have signed off, Madam Speaker, just confirmed from the Minister of Energy. We therefore expect groundbreaking on the Bastia Valley solar PV farm to take place early in the new year. The solar plant is designed to provide 35.7 megawatts of power to the grid and should be completed within 18 months. As we move closer to realizing our green energy transformation, we intend to focus on the fortification of the grid network. In 2024, we will be focusing on the development of the three main areas, namely the interconnectivity of the St. Kitts and Nevis electrical grids, the upgrading of the electricity infrastructure to accommodate up to 66 kW of power, as well as the bi-directional feed-in of electricity to prevent energy loss, and the facilitation of public-private partnerships specifically for combined sources of renewable energy. Madam Speaker, this is transforming the sector, and the Minister will speak to it. We are making significant strides in making sure that we become energy independent. That is why I was happy to sign for Nevis to get that geothermal push that is needed. I can't understand, Madam Speaker, and I said it already, that you were in a government where you had Nevis representatives, St. Kitts representatives, at one point having 9 seats of all seats, and could not sign that paper. There's a serious injustice done to the people of Nevis. And some claim that the grandfather from Nevis.
The father, they said it.
The father. Well. I just can't understand that, Madam Speaker. And I want to see the people of Nevis benefit, because that can be done. And they're going to help the whole country to transform and help us to become a sustainable island state. And so we are moving closer to monetizing as well, Madam Speaker, household green energy generation. The energy unit is currently spearheading the work on the feed-in tariff policy. The creation of a modern FIT policy will bring us one step closer. To reducing our dependency on fossil fuel by accelerating the widespread adoption of renewables as it allows private energy producers such as homeowners to sell excess electricity to the grid. Madam Speaker, if you have some panels and you make some extra energy, you can make $1. That is what we want to do, so that can be a way of people generating some income. The policy is expected to be completed by the end of this year. Additionally, SCASPA has committed to recommissioning the existing 1 megawatt solar farm at RLB International Airport and expanding it to a 2 megawatt solar farm with the accompanying battery storage facility. Madam Speaker, this is tremendous development. The recommissioning of the solar farm will not only reduce our carbon footprint in the public sector, but also lessen the financial obligation of SCASPA. Procurement of the panels is currently underway, and we expect full installation by the first quarter of 2024. Madam Speaker, water. We sometimes take for granted the popular adage that water is life. If we think about it seriously, we instantly recognize that it is true, as water is one of the most basic but essential of all of needs of human survival. After air is water. It is also integral for our economic progress and development. As we move towards our national development goal of becoming a sustainable island state, we must inculcate a culture of water conservation. Although the problems with respect to water shortage in some communities are not entirely addressed, we have made immense progress in achieving our goal of providing a 24-hour water supply for the Federation. Over 1 year ago, our government made it a priority to address the water issue in the Keon area by re-engaging Bedrock Exploration Development Technologies, BEAD, St. Kitts Limited, to commence drilling in Keon. Madam Speaker, I am perplexed as to why this did not take place. By August 2024, we were 20 years. You may change, yeah. All right, by August 2023, we were successful in securing a substantial resource of potable water for the residents in that area. The well has the capacity to provide 700,000 to 1 million gallons of water per day. This is a phenomenal find given the pressure that climate change has placed on water supply through perennial drought conditions, Madam Speaker. Work is now underway to ensure that the water can safely and efficiently harvested from the well. The order for the pump has been placed, and it is expected that the full commissioning of the well would be realized in 2024.
It's ongoing now.
Right. So, as the Minister of Water just said, and I got a call from BEAD yesterday, that it is ongoing presently, and that well is well on its way to really supply the people of Keon and surrounding environs with water. Madam Speaker, significant achievement. Upon completion of the Keon well, it is our intention to begin drilling in the St. Peter's area to bring a more long-term solution to the water shortage issue there. As an interim measure, the government introduced a new water storage tank project to ease the suffering of residents by improving access to water by affected households. Under the project, we have already distributed over 250 tanks primarily to vulnerable residents in Upper Keon, Whites Village, Sarabori, Cabitry, and Spooners Village. These areas are known to be the most severely impacted by water scarcity and have felt the brunt of the water shortage impact over the years, Madam Speaker. Water shortage tanks were also distributed to the residents of St. Peter's who suffer a similar plight. A total of 314 water storage tanks were supplied to households throughout the Upper Monkey Hill, the Glen, Paris Village, Fountain, and Stapleton, bringing the total distribution under the water project to about 500 or more. We are also investing notable resources to maintain adequate water supply to residents in Frigate Bay and the Southeast Peninsula. Madam Speaker, we are serious about resolving the water problem. People should not go without water, and that is why we are investing so heavily. And I can say, I also take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to remind the residents across the Federation that even when the water situation is stabilized, we have an individual and collective duty to act as better stewards of our water resources. This would mean paying more attention to water leaks and, where appropriate, installing water conservation fixtures to lessen the amount of water used at the household level. Scientific data and our experience over the last several years strongly suggests that we must seek alternative means and technologies to meet the increasing demand for potable water. Our government has already accepted this reality and has set the plans in motion to realize the construction of 2 solar-powered desalination plants with the assistance of the United Arab Emirates, one in St. Kitts and one in Nevis. The location of the plant on St. Kitts was confirmed in Connery earlier this year, and we have already conducted the environmental impact assessment. The EIA is currently under review by the experts and the Ministry of Sustainable Development. The designs and procurement of the 2 plants were completed in October, and they are expected to arrive later this year or early next year. It is expected, therefore, that the plant on St. Kitts will be fully erected in first quarter of 2024. In addition, the government has made a commitment to establish a 2 million gallon desalination plant in Bastia. This plant will help to address water issues in Bastia, Frigate Bay, and Southeast Peninsula for both residential and commercial users. The construction of the plant is set to be completed also before the end of 2024. Madam Speaker, climate and environmental sustainability. The looming effects of climate change is now recognized as a major threat to our way of life and therefore warrants our full attention and action. Consistent with the findings of our voluntary national review, we will be dedicating the necessary resources to improve the implementation of the SDGs related to environmental protection, climate action, and building resilience. We will give greater attention to issues such as land-based pollution and the impact on our marine environment. To ensure success, it will be essential to foster partnerships across government, the private sector, civil society, and our communities. Our ability to change course with regards to the proliferation of single-use plastics will be a crucial measure of our success in this endeavor. The Ministry of Environment, Climate Action, and Constituency Empowerment has proposed a phased ban on the most prolific single-use plastic items and implore our people to embrace the use of the more environmental friendly alternatives. So I want to say a special word of thanks to our supermarket chains and retail outlets that continue to work alongside the government to inculcate sustainable practices in our country through this timely initiative. Our government, in collaboration with Taiwan ICDF, has also embarked in a program to introduce recycling in our country with the goal of normalizing this practice in our everyday life. The response to the recycling program by the general public has been encouraging, and in just over a year, we have collected in excess of 100,000 pounds of plastics that have been diverted from our waterways and landfills. We are essentially grateful to the government and people of the Republic of China, Taiwan, our development partners, and we hope to embark on a second phase in which we will improve our collection processes and introduce new recyclable materials. I want to express gratitude as well to the Government of Canada, who through the Canada CARICOM Expert Deployment Mechanism will be providing experts in 2024 to conduct an assessment of the landfills on both St. Kitts and Nevis, with a view of improving their sustainability. We will continue collaborating with key sectors to ensure that our national commitments to the global climate change agenda are implemented. With limited access to finance, we have demonstrated the necessary political commitment and responsibility, Madam Speaker, in our response to the global climate crisis. We recognize that we must promote a long-term transformation action plan which would require a paradigm shift in our policies and institutional frameworks. This will in turn help us to kickstart deep climate resilience building and our transition to net zero emissions by mid-century. as the Ministry of Environment, Climate Action and Constituency Empowerment continues to monitor the implementation of projects and activities to achieve the targets outlined in our 2021 revised National Determined Contribution, it will ensure that there is a partnership-based approach with the right people at the table to inform the way forward. Madam Speaker, we plan to apply a whole-of-society consultative approach and ensure multiple opportunities for stakeholders to provide inputs. Madam Speaker, in pursuing the above referenced transformation, we are pleased to have the support of the Green Climate Fund. Over the past few years, the Green Climate Fund has been providing support for the capacity building of stakeholders in St. Kitts-Nevis to improve their response to climate change. With this assistance, we have been able to build the capacity of local institutions such as the Development Bank of St. Kitts-Nevis, the Clarence Fitzroy Bryant College, and St. Kitts Credit Union as they commence the journey to become accredited entities to the GCF. Funding has also been leveraged to review and update the institutional frameworks for our meteorological offices and emergency management agencies, to set them on a path where they can be more responsive to the needs of our country in the fight against climate change. I am particularly proud, Madam Speaker, of the work that has been done under the GCF program to consistently reach out to our private sector and civil society stakeholders to invite them to join the national fight for climate action. As part of this process, our small businesses were invited to propose and formulate projects to assist in advancing a range of national sustainable development imperatives, including climate action, water, electricity vehicles, sustainable housing, climate-smart agriculture, and recycling. Madam Speaker, they did not disappoint. There was a high level of interest, and the quality of the submissions made by the participating small businesses were encouraging, Madam Speaker. In the coming year, the GCF will support the conduct of climate vulnerability assessment for the agriculture, health, and tourism sectors. These represent the first phase of the medium-term plan to assess all sectors in our country with respect to their vulnerability to climate change. As early as January 2024, we will commence the consultations towards the formulation of a holistic national adaptation plan for which the GCF provides funding up to $3 million to ensure that our country builds cross-sectoral resilience at all levels in line with targets set in the NDC, Urban Resilience Plan, National Physical Development Plan, National Development Planning Framework, and sectoral strategies. This is essential as we march towards a sustainable island state. Madam Speaker, we also have to look at the digital revolution that is taking place. The digital revolution has transformed the way we communicate, access information, and conduct business. Digital technologies have become essential tools in our daily lives. In particular, they are important for advancing economic development, social empowerment, and good governance. Moreover, digital transformation is central to achieving our vision for sustainable island state. It supports the efficient storage and dissemination of data and information needed for responsive planning and facilitates the ease of doing business within our federation. Moreover, digital transformation has the ability to enhance worker productivity, which is a high priority for our government. It is therefore imperative that we invest in our information and communications technology sector to ensure that our country remains competitive and our citizens have access to the benefits of the digital age. I want to commend the work of the Department of ICT and the Minister who is here, Minister Honorable Conrad Maynard, in helping to lay the foundation to accelerate our digital transformation here in the Federation. As I speak, almost all government offices within the metropolitan area have been connected to the government-wide area network, with the exception of just 2 areas where implementing this upgrade was not feasible. In September 2023, St. Kitts-Nevis Internet Exchange Point was officially launched. The SCENEX is now considered a critical internet infrastructure and resource for national development. This is a central point for the delivery of critical national ICT services. It will help to promote the proliferation of local content services, and provide cybersecurity protection of domestic internet traffic. The SkinX can be leveraged for the improved delivery of local e-government services in a more secure and cost-effective manner. Madam Speaker, technology. Our whole of government technology strategy and our cybersecurity strategy are critical parts of the framework to achieve digital transformation. The whole of government technology strategy prioritizes various activities and programs for the implementation under three main categories: people, process, and technology. The cybersecurity strategy defines the strategies to ensure the safety, integrity, and availability of the government's data and information. The Department of Technology will continue to build out the functionality and services on the official government portal, www.gov.kn, with a goal to deliver information to users that is easy to access. Madam Speaker, an increasing number of government services are accessible online, in addition to the online payment services offered by Inland Revenue, by the Inland Revenue Department and the Custom and Excise Department. Other government agencies now offer similar digital services. These include application forms for accessing the NHC Building Assistance and Housing Scheme, the Back to School Voucher Program, and the Poverty Alleviation Program. And payment portal has also been developed for the Water Services Department to provide greater efficiency and ease in the payment of water bills by customers. We also successfully completed the digital platform for the online publication of the official Gazette, which was also implemented. This is a significant advancement for our country, as the Gazette plays an important role in the promulgation of laws, ordinances, treaties, and other national commitments and publications of pronouncements in accordance with legal provisions. Madam Speaker, a number of digital solutions will be advanced in 2024. The agriculture online marketing platform will be enhanced to foster greater linkages between our agricultural producers and consumers, including supermarkets and restaurants. Further, work will commence to create an online shopper application with mobile feature that will enable Consumer Affairs Department to monitor the prices for specific food basket items and keep consumers more informed of prices. The Department of Technology will also seek to advance the development of an electronic digital identity, EID, authentication system. The new national EID system is very powerful and promises to make revolutionary changes to the way citizens interact with the government and businesses to access services and transact business. When this new system becomes operational, it will allow for the verification and validation of the digital representation of a citizen's physical identity data. This will allow citizens and residents the opportunity to digitally sign electronic documents, make it easier for them to access online government services, and streamline operations in both the public and private sectors. Madam Speaker, we are transforming this country. By no means is this a full account of all the important developments in information and communication technology. The Minister will speak more to this, but rather an attempt to give the public a glimpse of some of the wonderful things that are being done by their government. The investments and activities in the ICT sector are testament to our commitment to building a digitally inclusive society. It reflects our vision of leveraging technology to drive economic growth, improve public service delivery, and empower our citizens. I therefore urge all stakeholders, including those in private sector, civil society, and development partners, to collaborate with us in this endeavor. Together, we can create an enabling environment for the growth of our information and communication technology sector, ensuring that all our citizens benefit from the advantages of the digital age. Madam Speaker, I want to turn to the last section now, which is the public finance, medium-term economic management, strategies, and a number of announcements.
Drink some water.
Madam Speaker, water is life. With respect to the anticipated fiscal outturn for 2023, based on information that was available at the end of October 2023, we are projecting an overall surplus of $11.2 million and a primary surplus of $28.2 million would be achieved, Madam Speaker. The current revenue will be about $1.1 billion or 11.9% higher than 2023 approved estimates. The total collections will reflect in part improved revenue from taxes on income, taxes on property, taxes on international trade, and transactions and inflows from the CBI program. Madam Speaker, as you can see, the economy is diversifying and we are collecting from multiple areas. Madam Speaker, proceeds from the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility following the passage of Tropical Cyclone Tammy, as well as grants from the Republic of China Taiwan, have contributed to the overall revenue and grants. The current expenditure for 2023 is expected to reach $888.1 million, Madam Speaker. There is no doubt that St. Kitts and Nevis Labour Party administration is good for our country. Madam Speaker, the numbers speak for themselves. The numbers speak for themselves. That is why we were determined that we want to not just depend on one sector. At this time, based on where the world was, we were there, but we want to quickly start to diversify, expand agriculture, expand tourism, become energy independent. These are the things that are going to help us to diversify, Madam Speaker, and we are already on the road to that goal. The numbers speak for themselves. This government is a people's government and must respond to the needs of our people. Madam Speaker, we are a government that delivers on its promises. Last budget presented, I promised that we will turn around the deficit situation that was left, Madam Speaker. Based on these numbers that were verified by the Ministry of Finance, we have delivered on this promise. We have also delivered on our promise to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis with regards to the economic empowerment and social advancement. This was evident by the payment of the CBI dividend, never done before, Madam Speaker. And the reason why we did that is that we recognize that the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, we had not fully recovered and we needed to reach out to our people, Madam Speaker, whether they work for government or not. First time done in history, and I dare say possibly the first time done in the Caribbean as a whole. Madam Speaker, this is tremendous, and the government must be must be commended for this. And with regards to the management of public sector debt and the medium-term debt outlook, the people's government remains steadfast in the execution of our mandate to transform our federation to a sustainable island state. In doing so, our focus has been and continues to be to maintain our debt stock at sustainable levels. In this regard, the total public sector debt is projected at $1.6 billion at the end of December 2023, which represents a reduction of $20 million or 1.2% as compared to 2022. This decline was as a result of the projected contraction in the central government's debt by $21.9 million or 3.4%, and the debt held by public corporations in St. Kitts and Nevis by $1.7 million or 0.3%. Madam Speaker, this is prudent management. The medium-term outlook shows a continued reduction in the debt-to-GDP ratio. By the end of 2023, the debt ratio is forecasted to decline to 55.1%. I think that is the lowest in the Caribbean. Surpassing the 60% benchmark that was set for the Eastern Caribbean Union ahead of the target year of 2035. Madam Speaker, continue to be responsible, while at the same time seeking to help our people as much as possible. The two things we are trying to put to work and to work hand in hand, Madam Speaker. The ensuing years show a similar trend with the debt-to-GDP ratio forecasted to fall to 50.3% by the end of 2024, and 45.6% by 2025, and 41% by 2026, Madam Speaker. So we have set it so that the debt comes down tremendously. However, things can happen, but as far as our planning, this is where we want to head. That is why I made the point that if you had a deficit during the COVID years, and you come and explain that to the people would understand. Why, if you have a deficit, you can tell the people you have a surplus? Why do that? That is my concern, that you would blatantly mislead people. We don't believe in that, Madam Speaker. If things get tough, you tell the people things have gotten tough around the world and here as well. That is the reality, but not to mislead the people. Madam Speaker, maintaining the debt stock at a sustainable level, or at sustainable levels, can only be achieved through the implementation of a debt management strategy that is geared towards ensuring that any future borrowing will be done at the lowest possible cost and at an acceptable level of risk. We are committed, therefore, to fortifying the gains we have achieved thus far and capitalizing such a strong position to support our forward march towards a sustainable island state. With respect to the performance of the economy, Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Sustainable Development is projecting real GDP growth of 3.6% in 2024 and 3.4% per annum over the medium term. This is in line with the IMF's growth projection of 3.8% for St. Kitts-Nevis' 2024. The projected GDP growth rate is attributed mainly to the expected increase in economic activity in various sectors, Madam Speaker, including agriculture, manufacturing, construction, hotels and restaurants, transportation, storage and communication, financial services, and public administration. A wide array of sectors contributing to the overall health of our economy and fiscal position, Madam Speaker. With respect to the agriculture sector, growth for 2024 is projected to be 6.2% and 2.6% per annum over the medium term. We are reminded that food and national security is one of the most important pillars to help us achieve the sustainable island state status. Therefore, our vision for the agriculture is to establish resilient, and productive agri-food system that would contribute to economic growth and improve livelihoods. The government will continue to pursue investments to promote crop and livestock production, to boost output and reduce the food import bill by 25% by 2025. Madam Speaker, the tourism sector is forecast to grow by 7.3% in 2024 and 4.3% per annum over the medium term. Contingent on macroeconomic developments in major source markets, we anticipate increased visitor arrivals into the Federation via the traditional airlines, as well as the engagement of new airlines and routes, such as JetBlue, to spur activity in the sector. With the increased marketing efforts of the St. Kitts Tourism Authority, we look forward to the return of travelers from regional and international markets surpassing the 2019 tourist arrival levels, Madam Speaker. The construction sector, which is the largest economic sector, is estimated to grow by 7.5% in 2024 and 3.5% per annum over the medium term. During our first day in office, we recognized that it was necessary to reassess some of the existing projects and redesign plans, Madam Speaker, for others in order to align them with our mandate. We now have a good pipeline of projects, Madam Speaker, some of which I mentioned before, that are ready to be mobilized. Construction activities will be used to unlock our economic growth potential in 2024, and we intend to move swiftly to the construction phase of some major public sector projects, such as the New Basti High School solar farm, hospital, and road improvement activities across the island, including the St. Peter's Main Road. As mentioned earlier, the construction of smart homes under the NHC housing program is also expected to stimulate residential construction activities. Madam Speaker, the medium-term fiscal framework, which spans the period 2024 to 2026, was developed to guide the preparation of the 2024 estimates. The framework establishes the government's fiscal strategy that would focus on maintaining fiscal stability by reducing the heavy reliance on revenues from the CBI program, although this is an excellent program, to finance government's recurrent programs. We continue to explore the possibility of saving some of the CBI revenues in a dedicated fund to build fiscal buffers and finance transformational public sector projects. Another aspect of the strategy is to adopt a more equitable and efficient tax regime. We believe that the tax system should promote transparency to ensure fair distribution of the tax burden. Based on the framework, the government is expecting to raise revenue in line with the projected GDP growth. The estimates therefore indicate that the government's fiscal operations would result in an overall surplus of 24.6 million for the 2024 fiscal year and 97 million over the medium term. Recurrent revenues is projected to be approximately 1.1 billion for 2024 and over the medium term. The amount for the recurrent expenditure would likely reach 852.6 million for 2024 and an average of 861.8 million over the period 2025 to 2026. Madam Speaker, we are also projecting 204.7 million for capital expenditure and net lending in 2024, while over the medium term outlays are anticipated to average in the region of 123.8 million. The composition of the government's public sector investment program is a testament to our deliberate efforts to enhance the economy's growth prospects as we strive to attain the sustainable island state status, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this government, the people's government, approach to fiscal management is practical. We are committed to maintaining fiscal prudent policies in order to assist the Federation to adequately respond to the many challenges that emanate from the continued uncertain global economic environment. Given the ongoing volatility in the global economy, the significance of fiscal prudence for our small open economy cannot be overemphasized. As a small country operating in the international market, our economic stability hinges on prudent fiscal management and strong economic policies. Conversely, the current level of broad-based subsidies is not sustainable, Madam Speaker, and therefore runs counter to the principles of fiscal prudence. Madam Speaker, I mentioned earlier that the expansive nature of the subsidies and the cost of the various social support programs currently funded by the government Those are what I'm speaking about. In considering this matter, it is important to remember that the primary aim of many of our elevated social assistance programs was to protect our people from the devastating impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and their livelihoods, and to speed up the recovery of our economy from the enormous contraction during the pandemic. However, as the economy recovers from the effects of the pandemic and more of our people become capable of standing on their own feet, it will become necessary to bring our social programs to more sustainable levels by focusing more precisely on targeted groups. By upholding fiscal discipline, we fortify our resilience against external shocks, ensuring sustainable growth and shielding our economy from permanent scarring. This approach fosters investor confidence, deepens our competitiveness, and empowers us to achieve the objectives of our sustainable island state agenda. The current medium-term fiscal framework therefore focuses on building long-term sustainability. Consistent with this framework, we are once again prioritizing investments in infrastructure, tourism, agriculture, education, small business development, technology, and innovation. These are all areas that can contribute to sustainable growth and stability over time. The framework is also designed with a level of flexibility to allow for adjustments to respond to shifts in the actual performance of the domestic economy. Further, in our pursuit to diversify and reduce the reliance of our economy in one sector, we are making notable progress in attracting investments that are not dependent solely on the CBI program. Madam Speaker, similar to the position held in my maiden budget address delivered last December. Our government is not proposing the introduction, Madam Speaker, of any new taxes at this time. Madam Speaker, we are, however, making progress in terms of the comprehensive review of the tax regime. I am pleased to inform the public that earlier this year we worked with the IMF to commence the review process, and the draft report will be finalized early in 2024. The result of the review would be subsequently shared with stakeholders as we move to determine the new configuration of the tax regime. We expect the new structure to emphasize diversification of revenue sources, Madam Speaker. At the last budget sitting of the National Assembly, I also mentioned that the corporate income tax rate would be temporarily reduced to 25% until June 2023. The rate reduction was further extended to December 2023. Our intention to lower the corporate income tax rate is a strategic investment in our nation's future, and it fosters an environment where businesses thrive, innovation flourishes, and communities prosper. This translates into more job opportunities, reduced unemployment rates, and improved livelihoods for individuals and families. It is our expectation, therefore, that with a lower tax rate, businesses will use the resultant savings to expand their operations to provide more innovative products and services. We invest the funds in research and development, as well as new technologies, and most importantly, employ more people, Madam Speaker. This not only enhances the competitiveness of local businesses at the regional and international level, but also drives economic growth and innovation domestically. Moreover, a reduced tax rate can attract additional foreign investments to our federation. In today's interconnected world, countries compete for global capital. A more favorable tax environment entices foreign companies to establish operations within our borders, bringing not just investment, but also expertise, technology, and job opportunities for our citizens. In considering the foregoing, I would like to say that we have no intention of increasing the corporate income tax rate at this particular time, Madam Speaker. We will extend it further. We want, Madam Speaker, to acknowledge the role of our businesses, large, medium, and small. The government cannot build this country on its own strength, but only in the true partnership with the private sector. We therefore commend the various businesses that are contributing to the economic growth and development here in the Federation. This is a tangible effort of our St. Kitts-Nevis Labour Party administration to promote stability and sustainability, which will enable businesses to develop long-term plans for the next phase of their contribution to nation building. Madam Speaker, we want businesses to do well in St. Kitts-Nevis. So a key promise is that the St. Kitts-Nevis Labour Party administration will do a number of things to help our people here. And I want to make some announcements, Madam Speaker.
So they ready?
Eh?
I'm asking fellas by the ATM machine.
Madam Speaker, a key promise of the St. Kitts-Nevis Labour Party administration is to increase the minimum wage for the industrious working people across our federation. Madam Speaker, in just a few months after taking office, a National Minimum Wage Advisory Committee was commissioned to review the existing minimum wage and recommend an appropriate rate of increase. By providing a fair and livable wage, we empower our workforce, allowing them to support themselves and their families without the constant strain of financial hardship and insecurity. It is well known that when workers have more disposable income, they spend more within their communities, thus stimulating local businesses. This creates a cycle of growth, leading to increased production and economic stability. We also acknowledge that raising the minimum wage, Madam Speaker, is an investment in our future as it fosters a healthier, more motivated and more productive workforce. It incentivizes people to pursue education and skill development, knowing that their efforts will translate into a better quality of life. Critically important is the fact that increasing the minimum wage reduces the reliance of public assistance programs, as workers are better able to sustain themselves through their earned wages. Numerous studies indicate that modest and gradual increase in minimum wage have contributed to reducing turnover, improving employee morale, and overall productivity. Madam Speaker, the Labour government promised the people that we would look at the minimum wage. We decided that it had to be done prudently with consultation. I can clearly say that consultation took place with the public sector, with the private sector, and even with the Nevis Island administration. They consulted labor workers organization as well to come to the conclusion as to what their recommendations would be. Madam Speaker, I want to speak now to their recommendation. So I want to say, Madam Speaker, in this honorable House and to the general public, that the National Minimum Wage Advisory Committee has completed its work, and the government has accepted the recommendations for the increase in the minimum wage in St. Kitts and Nevis. I said to our people who have been patient for almost 10 long years for the government to bring relief to their situation, we got you. That is what I want to say. Only a St. Kitts-Nevis Labour Party administration can rise to the defense of the workers of this country. It is therefore with great pleasure that I announce that an increase in the minimum wage will be implemented effective 1st January 2024. It will be done in a phased approach. The hourly minimum wage will be increased from $9 per hour to $10.75 per hour effective 1st January 2024. Madam Speaker, our projections are the rate would then be increased to $12.50 per hour from 1st July 2025. The increase in hourly rate would result in a weekly rate of $430 from the 1st January 2024 from $360 and $500 per week from 1st July 2025. Our government is determined to ensure that this important policy initiative brings real improvement to the standard of living of the people in our workforce. Madam Speaker, a decade and no adjustment to the minimum wage. In less than a year and a half, post-COVID, this Labour administration has ended the 10-year drought. And is delivering to the working people here in St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam Speaker, when you add up that people are going to see real increase over the time. That is what we are about. Madam Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to thank the committee headed by His Excellency Sam Condor. It involved the government, the private sector, the chamber. It involved the Trades and Labor Union. Multiple meetings were kept. Great consultation. And today we are saying that we are going to end the 10-year drought and give the people of St. Kitts-Nevis an increase in their minimum wage. Madam Speaker, excellent work all around, and I want to thank the Honourable Sam Conda, His Excellency, and his team for working tirelessly hard in making sure that we achieve what we achieve. I know people were pressuring us and said, when are you going to do it? But we believe that it has to be done prudently, properly, with consultation, Madam Speaker, so that when we do it, we get it right. That is what we are about. And that is why we make sure that we cross the T's and dot the I's in ending the 10-year drought, in delivering an increase in the minimum wage. The last time the minimum wage was increased, the Honourable Dr. Denzel Douglas is here. He was the Prime Minister. It took another Labour government 10 years later to increase the minimum wage. It's the part of the people, Madam Speaker.
The minimum gives you more than $500 a month extra every month.
And, critical point, when it goes up to $500, it will be more than the $500 PAP. You know why we believe in minimum wage increase or wage increase, Madam Speaker? Because when you retire, you get more from Social Security. When you have an increased minimum wage, you have more spending power. You're in control. You can approach a financial institution, better your fiscal position to help you to reach more independence living, or independent living, rather, Madam Speaker. That is why we believe in adjusting people's wages so that they work for it. But at the same time we are doing this, we are asking our workers, Madam Speaker, to work. So we are going to introduce in St. Kitts-Nevis a productivity task force. We have already started the work, because at the same time we believe in giving benefits. It has to be a two-way street. We give and you give, and together we work. More productivity, more wealth, more benefits. That is what we want to bring to the people of St. Kitts-Nevis, Madam Speaker. So we are matching it with our productivity outlay, which will be introduced to the people in 2024. A whole decade, Madam Speaker, and no increase. A whole decade. Running around, talking about, handouts here and handouts there. We believe in delivering the same to the people, but deliver it through a wage. That is more sustainable. That is more impactful. That helps people to become independent. Motivate people to work. Madam Speaker, when you're on one of these programs, somebody wake up tomorrow, they might say take you off, or you ain't sure if you're on. When you go to get a loan and they ask you how much you work for, they're not counting that, Madam Speaker, so it does not improve your standard.
And it's private and public sector.
Private and public sector, as is pointed out here. So, Madam Speaker, that is why we believe if we are to truly improve the lives of our people, we have to do it in a meaningful way. That is why sometimes when I hear them speak, I said, okay, a whole decade, and all you're telling me is that you are premising your whole campaign and a handout. How about improving the people's wages? What about that? Because when they retire, that does not contribute to their Social Security amount, Madam Speaker. And so people can retire in poverty. This is a serious country. And we are a workers' party. We started in 1932. We are the oldest party in the English-speaking Caribbean. We have history. We have set the paradigm in the Caribbean in a number of things. And with this increase in wage, I am sure that there will hardly be another country across the Caribbean that can do it like this. That is what we are talking about, Madam Speaker, empowering our people. That is what we want to do. So, Madam Speaker, this Labour government, after a decade, has gone back to reviewing people's wages and salaries and has received the recommendation from the committee headed by His Excellency Sam Conda. After much work and consultation, we have reached to accept the committee's recommendation. Madam Speaker, that is just one announcement, This budget is to transform and reform and...
9 more to go. 9 more to go.
Madam Speaker,
What you say?
9 9 more to go.
9 more?
It's a start.
That is a start. We're warming up. Madam Speaker, the People's Government, the St. Kitts-Nevis Labour Party's government administration is fully committed to responding to the cries of our long-serving government auxiliary employees, the GAEs. Madam Speaker, you hear people talking about, oh, helping the poor of the poor. The GAE workers are those who are the crossing guards, who are the cleaners, who are the servers in schools, who are
Workers, public works.
public works, lot of GAEs. These are the people, water department, non-established, they work hard. Madam Speaker, sometimes they're overlooked. There is a lady in Otley's constituency number 7. Every time she sees me, she said, Dr. Joe, Lord, work on the thing for me now. If she sees me for 2 seconds, Dr. Joe, how you doing? You're working on the thing. A lady in St. Peter's came to see me recently. I'm not going to call her name. She had been a nursing assistant for a long time, or a nurse's aide, I think. So she's a GAE worker. And she said, Dr. Joe, after so many years, you mean me not care home nothing? Lord, work on something for me now. And you see the cries because a lot of them are women. And you hear the cry from their bowels. I met with the crossing guards last year, I think, and I told them earlier this year, and I told them I would have met with them in October. Because I had some news to deliver to them. I didn't get to meet with them because of the travels, but I want to say to the crossing guards, yes, that your salary will go up, but not only that, I'm about to mention something for you. So this category of public officers has benefited from our recent decision to correct the injustice meted out by the previous administration in relation to the computation of their gratuity benefits. Even before I get to the other part, Madam Speaker, instead of making their lives better, the previous administration made their lives worse. Madam Speaker, people were getting 1/3 of what they used to get under the Labour administration. They don't even working for nothing. So they're glad for the change to go home because they ain't gonna get nothing. And then you're going to cut that in 1/3 and have the audacity to stand up in this house and say, I am looking out for the poor. Madam Speaker, they cut the people's benefit last year in a ceremony at NEMA. We re-established how we calculated their gratuity. There were people who got 20,000 more, 10,000 more, 5,000 more, taken away from the previous government, Madam Speaker. What did GAE workers do them? Or do him? What? I mean, you see, these people are those who work hard and work for little. You know what I do to the maids at the hospital? Tell the maids they're miscalculating the pay. The people don't even working for nothing. Sometimes they just make an extra $100 a week, and you're going up there to tell them you miscalculate the pay and take $100 from a maid. There are some things you overlook. Man, to the blind eye and say, let's move on here. You're going to take $100 from a maid? Talking about this calculation and that calculation, fair enough. However, when the calculation come and the Bastia High School, which was $21 million, interest bring it up to $24 million, nobody oversaw that. They say, yes, give it. But you're going to go to the hospital and take $100 from a maid. I tell them, give back the maids $100, you know. I hope they don't do it. I mean, this thing has tremendous impact, you know. One of the biggest decisions that Dr. Denzel Douglas made, and maybe he doesn't know, was when he let sugar workers work for 4 days a week instead of 1. The mothers were able to buy more milk, more protein, And as a result of that, the children consume better and learn better. Because people were not receiving sometimes the proper nourishment when in the dull season, your grandmother and mother working 1 day a week and only making $25. We got to remember those days, don't let us forget them. And then you're going up the hospital to see a maid up there, making an extra $100. Pocket change. And you're going to say, we miscalculate the maid's pay. Take away the $100 from them. The same thing with the GA workers. These people go home with nothing. And you're going to find a way to calculate to deprive them of their monies. So I want to say to the GA workers, this Labour administration, we hear you. Yes. So the act, let's go on here. So the question, indeed, it was the St. Kitts-Nevis Labour Party administration we successfully piloted the passed the Government Auxiliary Employees Act in 2012. This act makes provisions for the appointment and terms and conditions of employment for such employees to be regularized. GAEs now enjoy better job security and stability, which translates to peace of mind and a deeper sense of belonging. The legislation also makes provisions to extend pension coverage to all government auxiliary employees. Unfortunately, the pension aspect, yes, of course, that's the pension. Yes, come in. Unfortunately, the pension aspect of the new employment arrangements was not prioritized, and GAEs have not benefited from the good intentions of the legislative and administrative changes. They have not benefited. Madam Speaker, I am proud Madam Speaker, that it was the St. Kitts-Nevis Labour Party administration which successfully passed the Pensions Amendment Act in 2012 for the establishment of the legal framework for the contributory pension plan. And nothing happened. 7 years and nothing happened. Labour is a continuum. Dr. Douglas started it and he passed it on to me, and we are finishing the job. Seven years was an interruption. Sometimes you got to get an interruption to appreciate the good.
Yes, true.
So that was an interruption. Back on track. Madam Speaker, so as I speak about the contributory pension plan, this action was well intended for the benefit of the government auxiliary employees and other categories of workers employed by the government after the coming into force of the Act. In this regard, I am truly pleased to announce that the new contributory pension plan will be operationalized on the 1st January 2024. Yes, in addition, the provisions of the Pensions Amendment Act CAP 2022.06 shall come into force retroactively on 18 May 2012. This means that all government auxiliary employees and other monthly paid workers employed by the government on or after 18 May 2012 are eligible to benefit under the Act. Madam Speaker, today I am thrilled to share some other great news with our civil servants. But I want to put in place, Madam Speaker, let it soak in a bit, that the GAE workers, even those who are retired, yes, you're going to get your money.
Yes.
So to the lady in Utleys, a lot of can't wait to see you now. Because before you catch me, I'll catch you and I'm going to ask you for a drink. I'm going to ask you for a Christmas drink, and she knows who she is. I want to say to her that justice has come. To the nurse from St. Peter's who came to see me in anguish, justice has come. I know you will retire soon, but you'll retire with your pension. Madam Speaker, today I am thrilled to share some other great news with our civil servants.
What?
Many of our workers in the public. Three. So we're building up. This is Madam Speaker, many of our workers in the public service continue to work hard to enable the government to deliver quality services to the public. Their dedication is commendable, and their commitment to their duties has not gone unnoticed. We are cognizant of the fact that they are also affected by the inflationary pressures which can result in some difficulties and deterioration of their living standards. We are also determined that the civil servants who fall under the new pension plan, this has to be listened to carefully, who fall under the new pension arrangements would not experience reduced income as a result of the commencement of the contributory pension plan.
That's important, very important.
Very important that you understand that. We are going to ensure that you are not affected negatively, and I'll tell you how. As a caring government, as I said, we will not turn a blind eye. It therefore gives me great pleasure to announce a general salary increase of 8% effective 1st January 2024 for all civil servants and pensioners. 8% salary increase for all civil servants, Madam Speaker, and pensioners. Again, I'm not finished yet. This is just the start. We are not finished yet. We are saying that civil servants will get an 8% increase in salary. So the reason why we are making sure that we do that is that when your deduction comes to add to the pension, which is your money, you are not disadvantaged. You will actually see an overall increase of 5% on your salary. This is a caring government. You will see an overall increase instead of a decrease, and you can comfortably contribute to the pension fund, which will be sustainable in the long term, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this increase reflects our appreciation for the contribution to government services, as we firmly believe that the efforts of the civil service must not go unnoticed. This will also be for pensioners as well, Madam Speaker. So we are going to see that they get an increase. Again, we are on the principle that if you get an increase, you'll have more money, you can approach institutions better, you can invest better, more money when you retire. Think about it, Madam Speaker. So we are empowering people. Madam Speaker, so we hope that this increase will positively impact our civil servants, improve their morale, and encourage each and every civil servant to continue to work hard and strive for excellence as we march along our journey to the realization of a sustainable island state. What we are creating is a sustainable pension situation. Madam Speaker, the commitment of the St. Kitts-Nevis Labour Party administration to the well-being and financial education of our young population is unwavering. I'll come in again at the end. In pursuit of this commitment, Madam Speaker, you remember, I'm coming back to the civil servants, we're done yet. But remember, I told you that part of the vision of the Labour Party is to make sure that all of our young people are well taken care of. Madam Speaker, when people just out there talking double salary, we say them they're left behind. We're talking increase, we're talking the pension, we're talking resetting the financial architecture, we're talking all kinds of things. They're left behind. in the dust. So, Madam Speaker, I'm out of touch with people. In pursuit of this commitment, we present a groundbreaking initiative designed to revolutionize the financial landscape for our youth, one that will instill financial responsibility and investment knowledge here in St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam Speaker, in collaboration with the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, and I want to thank the ECCB and other stakeholders, our government will spearhead a comprehensive financial education and saving program for our people, our young people, in both St. Kitts and Nevis, covering crucial topics like budgeting, saving, investing, entrepreneurship, and understanding financial markets. This program will empower our youth and the knowledge needed to navigate the complexities of the financial world. Madam Speaker, the savings aspect of this initiative is equally revolutionary. Before I make the announcement, Madam Speaker, I want to say that we have to end poverty in St. Kitts and Nevis. But you end poverty by investing in people, educating them. Our people must be well educated when it comes to finances, how to invest, what to invest in, how to grow money, how to build wealth. The idea is how to build wealth and escape the scourge of poverty.
Generational wealth.
Generational wealth, Madam Speaker. That is what Labour started in 1932, and the promise to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis is that this party will do the good that it will do to end hardships and give you a chance to live a fruitful and happy life. That is the promise. So the mandate is clear since 1932, Madam Speaker. That is why when the baton is passed on, there is no doubt as to what to do. When I pass on the baton, the next person will know exactly what to do for the good that you can do. Liberate your people. Empower your people. You can't just empower people with a handout. You have to educate people and invest in them. Let them build wealth. Our young people will become the most educated persons in the Caribbean per capita when it comes to understanding the finance world. We are setting up their program, Madam Speaker, and on their laptops and on their iPads, they will have that financial education. This committee, and I want to thank the ECCB for helping us and partnering with us to teach our people and educate them. That is why I'm saying to our young people, forget the gang, come and learn how to grow money. We're going to invest in you. This is a serious matter, Madam Speaker. And how are we going to start to do it? And I now make my announcement. Every young citizen in St. Kitts and in Nevis, because Nevis must never be left behind, Madam Speaker. The old argument of the past, I'm interested in them. Every young citizen, age 5 to 18, Madam Speaker, will be endowed with a savings account, initially funded with EC $1,000, Madam Speaker. Every child, I don't care where you find them, Madam Speaker, up in Monk Hill, in Cayon, in Irishtown, in Gingerland, in Buckleys, in Camps, in McKnight, in Parson Ground, Newton Ground.
And no matter how much children in the house.
And no matter how much all of them get. So if it's 5 children, each one of them get an account. And let's go to Nevis. You got Butlers in Nevis? Cotton Ground in Nevis? Which one? Hanley's Road. Morning Star. St. James. Zion. Rollins. Charlestown. Round Hill. Boyd's.
Sandy Point.
Challengers, all road. Fig Tree, Sandy Point,
Cleverly Hill.
Cleverly Hill.
Tabernacle.
Tabernacle, Atlas, Christchurch, wherever our children are found. But you know the great state can never be excluded. The great state goes without mentioning. Wherever this child is found, that child will get an account of $1,000
For savings.
to go. But here what else we're going to do, Madam Speaker? Because once we start the financial education, the committee is putting forward a number of things where about $500 of this money will be used to buy shares in companies, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, can you imagine the children of St. Kitts-Nevis got an account and got shares in companies?
Like the National Bank.
Madam Speaker, do you know what that means? That's legacy. I don't care what the mother does or doesn't do. The child is having a future, but I want the mothers to do well as well. And we're going to educate them and lead them to opportunities of how to grow their fund and build wealth, Madam Speaker. No, $500 a month alone, people need it and we will give it where it's needed. But that cannot lift people out of poverty. You need innovative ideas and invest in your people, Madam Speaker, to help to lift them out. And part of our objective is to end poverty here in St. Kitts and Nevis. So, Madam Speaker, they'll be able to buy shares. For example, we want to divest the shares some shares at Cable. We want them to invest in those shares. So when Cable make profit, they get the dividend. They say, wow, you can imagine an 80-year-old calculating his dividend? Mother asking, so what are you doing? Well, you're coming to the end of the year calculating the dividend from Cable. In St. Kitts-Nevis, that's what's going to happen. And you can't fool the children them. Financial literacy and put them on the path. By the time they get a few years of that education, they're supposed to understand the financial world. You can't keep our people in the dark ages. I go to the Middle East and I see how they're flourishing. We are equal to them because we're one humanity. If they can do it, we could do it too. How they can do it and we can't do it? It's because we have to make sure we create the opportunities for our people, real opportunities, and give our people the incentives to do hard work, smart work, innovative work, which will redound in their own advancement. Madam Speaker, these accounts designed for long-term impact will be, of course, they would not be able to just be withdrawn. We want them to use them to grow wealth. Over 8,000 young people will directly benefit from this innovative program, Madam Speaker, and therefore this will start in 2024. Madam Speaker, a dedicated and knowledgeable task force has been put together, and the launching. Madam Speaker, a dedicated and knowledgeable task force is diligently refining the finer details with the ambitious goal of launching this transformative initiative during 2024. Madam Speaker, if the ECCB is involved, you all must understand that this ain't no game. We're going to set the paradigm here in St. Kitts and Nevis and hope that other countries across the Union would adopt some of these to lift all of our people. Madam Speaker, this initiative is not just about economic growth, it is about empowering the next generation to be architects of their own financial destiny and contributors to the sustained prosperity of our nation. Madam Speaker, going on to our next announcement.
Number 6.
The Social Security Board continues along the path to reform the social security system to safeguard the solvency and relevance of the fund. Solvency speaks to the health and ability of the fund to meet expected financial commitment to its beneficiaries and members. Relevance refers to the ability for the system to provide meaningful levels of support to its insured to its insured persons align with the board's 45th anniversary theme, Transform, Reform, Thrive, SSB 45. We are seeking to transform Social Security into a model for the region. We are designing the reforms that will position the institution and its members to thrive for years to come. Madam Speaker, the first reform changes, and I want to say these changes do not come with any increase in your Social Security payment. Again, I met with the managing director and the chair. The actuary or actuarian looked at this, and therefore our recommendations were carried without an increase in payment. But this will benefit a certain class of persons, Madam Speaker, because again, we want to end poverty. Madam Speaker, the first reform changes will come into effect on 1st January 2024 with increases to pension amounts paid to two of our pension groups, namely the age contributory pensioners and the non-contributory pensioners, or the assistance group. The minimum age pension will increase, Madam Speaker, from presently the Social Security minimum payment to those who qualify is $430. Those who receive that $430 are those who would have worked for the least amount. And therefore the contributions would be small, and their payments in retirement is paid out based on the overall contribution. So I asked them to look at, without increasing the payments or deductions or contributions from our people, can you increase that by at least 10 to 15%? The actuarian came back and said he can increase it to 16.3%. And so I want to announce that these persons who are mainly the poor elderly, who are the poorest among us, they would see an increase from $430 to $500 per month. Madam Speaker, the assistance pension, this is an assistance given to persons who do not meet the criteria for Social Security, but as to help them, Social Security set up an assistance to them because it's a smaller number. And Social Security had a plan where they used to pay them $255 per month. And I said, how much can we increase to without having to increase the contributions? And I want to say today, Madam Speaker, we were able to increase it by 37.3% from $255 to $350 per month. Madam Speaker, more to go. So these changes will impact 772 aged pensioners and 314 assistance pensioners currently in the Social Security system. Efforts are being made to ensure that the number of non-contributory pensioners remain at a minimum through education, compliance, and social programs. Madam Speaker, we are saying to our people, please contribute to Social Security. It's critically important. Critically important. I remember sometimes when I'm in my office working, I get so busy, I might forget a month or two, and I have to rush down to Social Security. I tell them, please call me, because sometimes you get busy and you can forget. But it's important that you make sure that you pay Social Security. So I have asked them to look into an IT system that can send alerts to people. Because if I used to get an alert, that wouldn't be a problem. And then you set it up in such a way that the alert comes, I press a button, and the money gone from my account to your account. That is how we want to do it. Because people can miss payments just because they're just busy. But if we use the technology, we can improve collection and compliance. So we want to include in. Madam Speaker, we also asked them that a lot of the elderly who contribute, when they pass, funeral costs have gone up. Can you help these families as well? And so they have increased it from 2,500 to 3,500. 40% increase, Madam Speaker. And this is not going to result in an increase in contributions. This is what Social Security is able to do now. Keeping in mind that when Robert Bradshaw, first national hero, His Excellency, Sir, with his team in the 1970s, brought on Social Security as the largest, most secure social safety net, this was the intention. Create a fund that can protect the people when they need it most. Whether when they're retired, they get ill, they get injured, they get pregnant, whatever the situation might be. And so Social Security has to keep with that mandate. But we have a responsibility as a people as well. We have to do our part, contribute. Remember in 1970s when this was done, and he said it, he faced a lot of opposition because he had to take out people's money, and people were poor then. But he told them, trust me, you will be happy that I take it, and the people trusted him. We have a long history that Social Security works, so it's easy for us to sell it. Protect your Social Security. And I ask in Social Security to innovate, come up with new ways, continue to be that beacon that you have been over these many years. And so we were able to make these adjustments to affect positively the most vulnerable without asking for increased contributions. Only a Labour government can do that. We brought Social Security and we advanced in Social Security. So on Social Security, Madam Speaker, in 2024, the board will earmark on a program of stakeholder engagement to sensitize citizens and residents on the other changes that will be made to our Social Security system. Madam Speaker, it is crucial that our people contribute to Social Security or the Social Security system to ensure its solvency and its provision of meaningful support to beneficiaries. By actively participating, individuals contribute to the collective well-being, helping to maintain the system's financial health, and also its ability to provide crucial assistance during various life stages such as retirement and unexpected challenges. Madam Speaker, the citizens and residents of St. Kitts-Nevis are poised, Madam Speaker, to reap some more benefits. Madam Speaker, I want to move on to workers' bonus. Yes, I have more. Yeah, man, we ain't done. Yeah, man, we got more. Boy, you got so much here, boy. You're telling you, yes. Yeah, this is done. All right. Madam Speaker, I am now moving on to workers' bonus. We know that the next government, right, good, I'll read it for you. Madam Speaker, the citizens and residents of St. Kitts-Nevis would have benefited in the past from bonuses, but I want to now go to our civil servants. Madam Speaker, I want to say that our civil servants, as I said before, have worked hard and they deserve the 8% increase that they will get. They also deserve the stabilization of the pension fund and its longevity and its sustainability. But I want to take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, at this time to announce in this honorable house to announce is so much of them. To announce, yes. Yes. Madam Speaker, the citizens and residents of St. Kitts-Nevis, I want to say are poised to reap the benefits again, Madam Speaker. But I'm going to put this in perspective of the citizen of a worker's bonus. A worker's bonus at this time of the year, Madam Speaker. In the first instance, with respect to our civil servants, that we have given you an increase, but we have also determined and calculated that you should also get a bonus. Madam Speaker, I am coming to it. But we don't want to just leave the bonus, of course, at this time when the economy has not fully recovered to just the civil servants. We also want to give a bonus to those who are not in the civil service. Our workers who contribute, who work, and because we know that the economy is not fully recovered, we are going to give them a bonus as well. And so, how we calculated it for our civil servants, we wanted to give an increase which will see that accumulation over time when you calculate it. And presently, for the Christmas, Madam Speaker, we also want to give them that other half of the contribution. So they will get a bonus and an increase. And to say that this is a Christmas bonus, Madam Speaker, and this bonus will be paid on the 21st day of December 2022. 2023, sorry. Yeah? Yeah. Right. So I would say that the workers, therefore, will get a bonus for the Christmas. So half of it is, of course, Christmas bonus will be, one, they have gotten the increased, and then secondly, they will get a 50% at this time on the next paycheck.
Clear?
So how much you work for? So it's very simple, Madam Speaker. So they get the increase and they will get at the next paycheck on the 21st day of December will equate to a full salary, Madam Speaker.
Tomorrow, and the second payment in the month.
So, Madam Speaker, yes. So, tomorrow, when is payday? Tomorrow is payday. And therefore, you get what the civil servants get, which is your regular salary at mid-month. On the 21st of December, instead of getting the mid-month salary, you will get a full salary at that time. So, Madam Speaker, it's like 3 salaries in 1 month. So let's break it down. So let's break it. So let's break it down, Madam Speaker. So apart from the increase, so you will get your mid-month or your mid-month salary tomorrow, which is normally half of your month's salary. And then on the 21st of December, you will not get a half salary, you will get a full salary at that particular time, Madam Speaker. And so therefore, we see that our people will get a bonus. Madam Speaker, but it's not just for the civil servants that we are announcing it for. What we want to do, because of the resources that we have, is that we want to share the resources as well. And so we are saying to our people at this particular time that what we are going to do is to pay a bonus as well, a workers' bonus, to the rest of the workers here in St. Kitts-Nevis. And their workers' bonus, Madam Speaker, will be to the tune of $500, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, this means, therefore, that the civil servants will get a bonus. So let's say somebody works for $2,000. Tomorrow, they would have gotten $1,000, correct? And then on the 21st, they would have gotten another $1,000.
Should have been a half again.
Exactly. So tomorrow, they will receive that salary of $1,000. But instead of receiving $1,000 on the 21st day of December, they will receive $2,000, Madam Speaker. Full pay. Full pay. And then, in addition to that, when they receive their first salary in January, they are going to see the increase in their pay. Madam Speaker, that is for our civil servants. And that is the sustainable way of doing it. It does not put us at any fiscal risk, because people are asking about fiscal risk. But we are determined that that bonus is sustainable, and not only that, they can enjoy an actual salary increase. Madam Speaker, I took my time in saying it because I wanted to make sure that no errors were made. And I'm going to go over it once again. If you are working, for example, for $1,000, another number, you'd have gotten $500 tomorrow. And then you'd have gotten $500 on the 21st of December. So tomorrow, you will get that $500, and then the next week, instead of getting the $500, you will get $1,000. So if you work for $4,000, another example, tomorrow you will get $2,000. Next week you would have gotten $2,000. But tomorrow you will get $2,000, and the next week you will get $4,000. And then in January you'll get your pay with your increase. Any doubts? All right. I see it. Madam Speaker, I'm taking my time on this part because we have to get it right. I am calling it a Christmas bonus. A Christmas bonus, Madam Speaker. We know in the private sector that people are paid bonuses as well. But we said that businesses were being hurt. Our businesses are hurt as a result of COVID, and they're expected to recover fully next year. And as a result of that, we want to also extend the bonus to the workers, Madam Speaker. A bonus, Madam Speaker. And those who are our workers, who are not civil servants, Madam Speaker, they will also get a bonus. And we are going to calculate it as we calculated other benefits in the past, apart from when we gave the dividend. But this time it is a bonus, Madam Speaker. And the bonus that we are going to give our people will be calculated as such. But Madam Speaker, I want to say something today that while we give our civil servants an increase and a larger bonus, and we are going to give our workers generally another bonus, when you look at how many of our people would benefit from that, it will have a tremendous impact. And therefore, I want to announce today that that bonus that they're going to get, for those who are not civil servants, those persons will get a bonus of $500, Madam Speaker. And therefore, civil servants will get a whole salary next week, and everybody else who are not civil servants for their Christmas will get $500. Madam Speaker, the reason why I am saying that, and I took my time in saying it, is that I wanted us to get it right. There is no other country in the Caribbean at this time can do this. And therefore, we are making sure that we look out for all of our workers. And that is why we're calling it a Christmas bonus, Madam Speaker. In the year, we have given other financial support. And at this time, this is the financial support that we are giving our people. So we expect our people to have a good Christmas, Madam Speaker. So when we look at all the things that we have delivered for our people, one, the Christmas bonus. Next week, the civil servants on the 21st of December, instead of getting half of their salary, they will get their full salary next week. They'll get half this week and full next week, Madam Speaker. So they're getting 1.5 salary. And when they get pay in January, they are going to see the increase in their wages, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, for all of our other workers, who some of them are working, some of them not working, the rest of our workers will get a bonus of $500, Madam Speaker. No. And so let me go through each one of the benefits for our people, because this is doable and we have to make sure that it's fiscally prudent as well. One, Madam Speaker, we are going to increase civil servants' salaries, wages by 8%. I know they did not expect that. Secondly, we are going to give the GAE workers their pension, Madam Speaker. Thirdly, we are going to give the civil servants, on top of that, a bonus. Instead of getting one salary, they'll get 1.5 salary and an 8% increase for longevity, Madam Speaker. Then our workers are going to get an increase in minimum wage from $360 to $430 per week, Madam Speaker. And then later in 2025, up to $500 per week. That's number 6, Madam Speaker, is that we will not leave our young people behind. That each of our young persons between the ages of 5 to 18, or I would dare say from 5 to 18, will receive an account of $1,000. And in addition to that, part of that will be used to buy shares, Madam Speaker, and they will be given the necessary financial education. Madam Speaker, in addition to that, at Social Security, the poorest of the poor will see an increase in their amounts. The minimum amount for those who qualify used to be $430, will now increase to $500. For those who used to be $255, will now go up to $255, will now go up to $350. And Madam Speaker, in terms of the funeral contribution, it will go from $2,500 to $3,500.
$500. And those who are non-civil servants, they too will enjoy a bonus for the Christmas of $500. Madam Speaker, what more can you ask of a government?
Say elections.
And we are setting all of these things on sustainable paths, Madam Speaker, correcting some of the wrongs of the past, setting new paradigms, but the overall objective is to do the good that we can do for all of our people. Madam Speaker, the future of economies across the globe is highly dependent on the implementation of prudent monetary and fiscal policies, Madam Speaker. The impact of geothermal conflicts, Madam Speaker, we are saying that this reflects the reality of our country at this time, because the impacts of geopolitical conflicts and a concerted and intensified response to the reality of climate change, this is what our country is dealing with. We have presented a budget that is sensitive to the needs of our people and progress of our country. We will continue to implement initiatives to help stabilize prices, protect the poor and vulnerable from the full brunt of increased cost of living, and limit the social and economic costs of climate change. Our medium-term fiscal policy will also focus on rebuilding fiscal buffers in order to cope with future crises. Further, over the coming months, efforts will be made to improve productivity and expand economic capacity and fast-track the green energy transition in order to yield long-term benefits and energy security. Our decision-making will be guided by the voices of our people through more active stakeholder engagements. We are committed, Madam Speaker, to transforming St. Kitts and Nevis into a sustainable island state, one where our people today enjoy a high standard of living whilst not adversely affecting the prospects of tomorrow's generation. The Sustainable Island State Agenda is premised on building partnerships across the private sector, civil society, communities, youth, bilateral partners, and multilateral development institutions to co-create policies and funding plans aimed at future-proofing development in St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam Speaker, I cannot close this presentation without mentioning the sterling performance of our administrations in terms of the implementation of a robust legislative agenda. Since taking office, the halls of the Parliament frequently opened for us to bring our legislative proposals to the people. The administration remains very active and will continue in 2024 to be active on this front. To date, we have tabled 32 pieces of legislation and passed 29 in the National Assembly. That is an active government and administration, Madam Speaker. I will not attempt to name them all at this time. However, an annex to the digital and print versions of this presentation has been provided for the consideration of the general public. I want to say thank you, AG, for leading and making sure the legislations came to this House and are passed. And we must thank the opposition as well, because they are part of the legislative process. Madam Speaker, as a 40-year-old nation, we have learned much. Yet, as a 40-year-old nation, we still have a long journey in front of us. The St. Kitts-Nevis Labour Party administration is determined to make an indelible mark on the development landscape, which will propel our federation to attain the status of a sustainable island state. Our progressive stance in terms of social principles, such as gender equality and the empowerment of women is intended to engender holistic growth and development across our nation. This budget, therefore, represents our collective commitment to responsible fiscal management and strategic allocations of resources. It underscores our dedication to fostering economic growth, supporting crucial sectors, and prioritizing the welfare of our citizens. As we move forward, Madam Speaker, let us embrace the opportunities and challenges that lie ahead, working together to ensure that every dollar spent reflects our vision for a prosperous, inclusive, and resilient future. With the support and collaboration of all stakeholders, it's been a long day. Of all stakeholders, we pledge to continue our work to make fairness and equity core social norms in St. Kitts and Nevis. And in closing, Madam Speaker, I would have the opportunity to thank this A-team, but I can't thank them enough. So I want to thank them even at this point. To say to all of them that your support, your hard work, your dedication is what is responsible for what we are able to do for our people at this time. You have worked tremendously hard in your various ministries. I understand that it will never be perfect, but it is good. And because you have worked so hard, we are able to bring at this point what people might dub an election type of budget. But we don't operate on that premise, Madam Speaker. After COVID, we wanted to once again continue our agenda of reset and reset our people. That once and for all, we can say to our people that the principles of the St. Kitts-Nevis Labour Party that guide this administration, the St. Kitts-Nevis Labour Party cannot be left out of the equation. It is actually a critical part of the equation. It is the principles of the party that guide me, that guide us, that for every day that we get up and work hard, we understand that we're working hard for the common good. And therefore, I'm saying to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis that we in this party appreciate the confidence that you placed in us. And we told you that we will work hard to bring transformation for you, the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. And as I wrap up, Madam Speaker, it is the St. Kitts-Nevis Labour Party that after a decade is bringing increase in minimum wage. It is the St. Kitts-Nevis Labour Party that after a decade is bringing pension to the GAE workers. It is the St. Kitts-Nevis Labour Party that is bringing an increase to the civil servants when nobody expected it. It is the St. Kitts-Nevis Labour Party that is making sure that our young people get on the path to financial freedom. It is the St. Kitts-Nevis Labour Party that is making sure that Social Security responds to the needs of our people. Madam Speaker, may it please you, and let me say to all of our citizens, you voted for us to deliver for you, and we are doing just that because we believe in the good that we can do. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for St. Christopher 3.
I rise, Madam Speaker, to second the motion of the second reading of the appropriations bill and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you to the mover and the seconder of the bill. The standing orders, particularly Standing Order 40, subsection 5, provides that the member speaking first on behalf of the opposition shall be entitled to speak for an equal period of time as the Minister of Finance. For the record, the Minister of Finance spoke for 5 hours and 24 minutes. It therefore follows that the opposition's first speaker will be accorded the same 5 hours and 24 minutes in response. May I have the motion for the adjournment, please? I wish you all the best.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I stand to move a motion to adjourn this Honorable House until tomorrow at 10 a.m., where we will resume here at the National Assembly chambers. It please you.
Is there a seconder?
I second the motion, Madam Speaker.
The question is that the House stands adjourned until tomorrow, 10 a.m. at these chambers. House stands adjourned.
WINN is 98.9. 98.9 is WIN FM.
My granny always said prevention is better than cure. I remember this every time I think of ransomware and my business. Ransomware is a form of malware